Jorunna! Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good time zone to all of you. Hello, hello, hello. Let me say hi to everybody first. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, Misa Hide, congrats on first. Hi, Darksec, hi, Delson, hi, Dysfunctional, hi, Amachi, hi, Sandwich, hello, hello, hello. Hi, Coxbane, hi, Benjamin, hi, SB, hi, Niels, hi, Nifty, hi, Indonesian, hi, 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 hi. Jorunna, hi, Fiery Winds, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. Hi, another guy. Howdy. Hi, Umbekin. Hi, Six Shot. Hi, Biggest. Hi, Nasu. Hi, Stardex. Hi, Falker. Hi, Ratio. Hi, hello. Hi, Sneo. Hi, Questy. Hi, Girlfriend. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, BlazeCon. Hi, Zach. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Darksec. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Biggest. Hi, Scratching Way. Hi, Fogon. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, Go Wait. Hi, Blastoise. Hi, Autogunner. Hi, again. Hi, Deep Freeze. Good morning. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, Starry. And hi, Jackabatic. We did good with the eggs yesterday. You guys did so good with the eggs yesterday. I actually want to show you guys. For those who haven't seen it, I put together a compilation of the eggs. So, for those who weren't there for the eggathon yesterday, look at all them eggs. Look at them. There's so many. I put them like on the social medias and such as well for anybody who wants to see them. Lovely Easter cardigan. Thank you, thank you. I'm out for a walk today. Need some fresh air. No worries. Please enjoy the fresh air. And oh, forget. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, thank you. Everybody who got one, please enjoy the emotes. All of them look so cool, right? Seriously, to all the ones who participated yesterday, I'm very, very proud of all the contributions. So many cool eggs. I just had to go and put them in a collage. Hi, Okinawa, hi. And as you guys have already noticed, I am still wearing the Easter cardigan today, because I figured, why not? It's still Easter Monday, and considering today's an art stream, it's kind of appropriate, no? I get to do some drawing, I get to wear the cardigan, I get to all that kind of stuff. Like I have the paints, I've got all of that. Drawing for JC, yep, that's right. Well, today, technically, I'm gonna be drawing some Super Game Boy related stuff. I will actually be doing Easter stream because you guys asked for it, like with Easter related art. But that won't be today yet. Another day of no flapper. You get big fluffy tail, huh? That's not in the spirit of Easter. Hold on, I think we've got a weird person, so let me just get rid of that real quick. There we go. Okay, that should take care of, hold on. That should take care of that. There we go. Hey, welcome in. Hope you had a good day, everybody. It's the first day of the week. I wish I had more updates for you guys, but when I think about it, I only just really worked and then woke up after stream yesterday, so I don't have a lot of things to say. Am I not a big fluffy flapper? Well, that's just a regular flapper. Hey, Quest, don't worry, you're still in time for snack of the week. Thanks again, Joan Buns, for such a great event. It was really nice to be part of it. Thank you so much for joining again. I tapped on the Twitch side. Just a weird troll, don't give them attention. Today my meal is fried spam and rice covered with furikake. Ah, oh, nice. Today my meal was... well, it was burger. I ordered this nice Wagyu burger that I tried before, but it was actually not as good as it was last time. But it was still pretty decent. Hey Cryptus, hey Smasher, welcome in. Hope everyone's smiling bright today. I hope so too. Oh, and hey Luca, welcome in. Yeah, no, it's I remember the last time I ordered it was kind of expensive, but I remember it being amazing, which is why I decided maybe today I'll order it again, but maybe there was a different cook today. But that happens. Hey Luca, hey Action, hey Ara, welcome in. Hope you all had a good day though. Unfortunately it's not a holiday in Japan, so I didn't get the time off. I just had to work as per usual, and the couch did arrive. The couch I've been telling you guys about. I now have a couch and a table. Yeah, no, I'm moving up in the world. Now, Mama Slug, when she comes over again, won't complain about my complete lack of table anymore. Because she had some stern words to say about the fact that I always just eat at my computer desk. Especially because it meant she didn't have any place to eat. You know, I gave her like, you know, a plank to serve as a table on the couch, which is what that's for when guests come over. But now there's a real table. One more thing to lug around when I move. Well, the good solution to do here is to just never move again. Maggie B is probably more delicate, sensitive to overcooking. It sure is. Eat without a table -3. Hi Terso, hi Epion. Mama Slug finally has a space to sleep. I was sleeping on the couch when Mama Slug visited. I wasn't gonna make her sleep on the couch. I had a different couch, but I had to like get rid of it during the move because it kind of fell apart. Hey Epion, hey. I've never had a table. You've never had a table. That been the wind somewheres? No, I haven't. Now I think of it. It's all in the video, but good morning, Nimby. Good morning. I hope you have a good Easter. Can maybe see why she complained. It's because I just always just like scooch my keyboard over a little bit and then like eat behind it. That's how I used to do it, you know? Hey, hey. Buns can now hide under the cushions. Exactly. And hey, you wish welcome in. I was thinking a bit, is it possible for me to clear a Joe Doodle instead of the key change? Yeah, that's fine. It's fine if you want to exchange it. It will be like a simple doodle, but if that's okay by you, that's fine. I need something to watch while I eat. Yeah, exactly. I usually just have like YouTube on or like read manga when I'm like sitting and like eating and stuff. I mean, also I often just like eat real quick between finishing work and starting streams. So like, of course I'm sitting at the desk because that's where I'm both working and streaming. You know, do I sleep in your walls? Of course I do. That's where I live. You know how you ate on stream? I guess that's how I usually do it. Well, yeah. But now, I have a table. So theoretically, I could eat at a table. Now the question is, will I eat at the table? Because that would involve going over to the table where the PC is not. You see, that's the real question. Do I have chairs? Nah, I just have a couch. But it's in front of the table. Does Mama Jo sleep in our walls? No, she has higher standards in terms of sleeping conditions. Does have less risk of getting food keyboards. I'm usually very careful about that though. I'll admit I usually eat at my computer desk as well. Sit on the table and assert the dominance over the food. I guess I won't eat at the table. I'm just saying, maybe for like a special occasion I will eat at the table. But I'm not sure if that will ever come. I guess if I ever do have guests over, or you know, if Mama Slug visits again, I guess I'll eat at the table. It only takes once, that's true. Are you in a studio or do I have rooms? I have a couple of rooms, luckily. It's a pretty big palace space, because it's like, well, in the location it's a little bit cheaper. Like a regular table, not a sofa table. How does it compare to kotatsu? It is bigger than the kotatsu. Hey, Alacris, are you Zero? Hey. Sit on the food and assert dominance on the table and the chair. My pants would get dirty if I did that. But yeah, that's the hot table update I got to give to you guys. It actually, like I mentioned yesterday, that it would arrive very early. It actually arrived 10 minutes earlier, which meant I was unprepared. And I had not brushed my hair yet, so I was a bit embarrassing, like opening the door to the table delivery people. You know? Hey, RXA0. Don't wear pants most of the time? Well, I do wear underwear. I don't want to get food on that either. That would be weird. But yeah, I guess, like, is it a sofa table? Maybe it is a sofa table. It's not like the height of a regular table, but it's also higher than the kotatsu is, so... Hey, Lurpies, welcome in, welcome in. They've probably seen worse. I mean, that is probably true. That is probably true. I guess if you're doing deliveries all day, you see all kinds of stuff. Tucker, thank you for the wait. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Jorunna. I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games and do art sometimes. And today, I'm gonna actually be doing the art sometimes. I hope you had a good stream. What was the other thing I was gonna say? I had something and then I forgot about it. Then I forgot. Will the Dittos be occupying the sofa? In due time, most likely. As the Dittos outgrow the space I have allocated to them, they will probably eventually start occupying the sofa. Have I played BG3? I haven't even played BG1 and 2, let alone 3. So I'm afraid I have not. Hey, Fox, say hey. I have a few friends who did pizza delivery. They've seen far worse. Oh man, I can only imagine. Trying to get Bonds imagining you with a messy bedhead to rig the voting. I would never. I would never rig the votes. No. Thought the cats were going to fight the Dittos for dominance. Now the Dittos are gonna... Once I do have cats, the Dittos are gonna be sealed away in their own Ditto kingdom where the cats are not allowed access. Yeah, this week is going to be a lot of art sometimes. By coincidence, it kind of just worked out that way because there's still like bun redeems as well. I've been wanting to do this for a little bit, and then there's also because you guys were asking for an Easter stream, so do you have any plushies that aren't Ditto? Oh yeah, many. And those haven't actually found a place yet. They're still in boxes for the most part. Hey Flash, hey. It's 100% in character with a C-bot to wig every four possible. That's not true, that's not true. Cats will get there if you're not careful. They're very mischievous. It's okay, I'll close the door and then hope my cats don't know how to open the door. All the non-Ditto plushies just Ditto transformed into them. Exactly. The second class plushies, no. There's still some really cute ones among them. Like I've got a couple of cute Digimon plushies like Miku. And like a whole bunch of other ones. A bunch of Pokemon, like generally speaking as well. So like, but they don't get a special location allocated to them. Hey Snow, hey. The vote is decided by the fate and God. Try and contest against that, yeah. But today is not one of the votes yet. What I will try to do is that by the time we have the Easter stream, that I'll have sketched out some hairstyles, so we can start going over them before I put up the votes. And then I'll put up the emote vote sometime this week. Hey Sogi, hey, the game is real, it sure is! You can either play it on a Game Boy or Color in advance. One of the many Game Boy web production things you have these days, like Analog Pockets and all the other portable hardware things, Retro Freak and so on. And Game Boy Player for the GameCube. Or you can just play the ROM. That would work too, but it is cooler to play it on physical hardware because this is a physical cartridge. But you know, if you want to Google, you know, playing, you know, Game Boy game, handheld or whatever, you can probably find a lot of the modern versions to play it too. Game Boy Color is awesome. Hope you have fun making art. Thank you, Art Grind. Thank you. In the future, when you unpack, could you show us the Ditto collection? Of course. Once it's all unpacked. And ordered. Oh, a custom bun. Dirty chef bun with a big head presenting a carrot cake. Nice. Do keep in mind that till the backlog of custom buns is finished, any new buns are still not gonna go on the wheel yet, because the older buns have to be, you know, finished first. Never even heard of those devices. Well, they're out there, but anybody who buys the game will also get like the ROM file. Like the link to the itch.io with the one once the game is finished as well, which, you know, it's still something. It will be a bit less exciting, but how many are still in the backlog? 12, I think currently. I think it's currently 12 buns that still need to be done. And most of my plushies are gonna be in storage for a while, but I got a few with you. Nice. Hey, Polly, welcome in. So. For those who are wondering what we're gonna do today, because I realize not all of you may have heard of what a Super Game Boy is. And that is understandable because not like a lot of people didn't have one. Ironically, I think the biggest interaction that people might like, a lot of you guys like might have actually interacted with a Super Game Boy through not the SNES but through the N64 by putting the Game Boy cartridge holder onto your compatible version of Pokemon Stadium and then playing the Pokemon games on that, because that also has the Super Game Boy border. Rather than having actually played the Super Game Boy themselves. Yeah, Super Game with the built-in borders and custom borders is so much fun, exactly. I'm actually gonna show you guys a little bit more before we start drawing. Oh, I shot off screen. Let me walk back on. Now this is, don't look at this yet. This is for in a second. But first, I'm gonna show you guys Super Game Boy. The Super NES is a Nintendo console. It sure is. So let me show this to you guys. This is a very nice website, by the way. The VG Museum. And this one, let me show you guys. I'll drop it in the chat. There we go. Actually archives a lot of different Super Game Boy borders, and I thought that would be a good way to show you guys some examples. So, what is the Super Game Boy? It was basically something you could add on to your Super Nintendo, and then it would allow you to play Game Boy and Game Boy Color games on your screen, basically as it said. But because it would be a bit boring to just have like the blown up game on your screen, a lot of the games came with custom borders that were basically like secret little hidden items that would only appear if you happen to have a Super Game Boy. So a lot of people might not even have known that the old Game Boy games you had these like custom little art borders. Many of them very pretty, many like very detailed. Because the SNES, of course, has a much bigger color palette than the Game Boy does. So this is like very, very fun little thing. Yeah, it's the precursor to the GameCube's Game Boy player. Yeah, it's for playing the handheld on the TV. Hey, Punak, and how you find a battle? Welcome in. So here's some examples, because this website basically archives a bunch of them. The ones for Pokemon were so cute. Yeah, the ones for Pokemon are the most nostalgic for me, because like what I mentioned, like on the N64, that's where I encountered them first, because Stadium. Stadium had the exact same Pokemon borders. Hey Gem, hiya Phoenix, welcome in, and hiya Mint and Cerberus. You're very knowledgeable. Nah, this is, I just know games. Thank you though. Hi Jenna and hiya Noah, welcome in. Yes, Stadium 2 let you do it for Gold and Silver too, yep. As well as for Wet, Blue and Yellow. So here you guys can see that there's actually a lot of variation. And that's because on the SNES, the color palette, basically the way it works is that you actually have a very wide array of colors. But what it is, I believe, at any one time you can only pick 256 of them. But that means that as long as you're not like going completely out of control, you have a lot of options. You have a lot of options in terms of the art you can do. There is some limitation in terms of tile sets, which is much like if anybody was here for my Game Boy art streams, you might recall that sometimes you kind of just want to make sure that you have like swatches of repeating or blank space, so that some of the tiles repeat, so that you don't like, you know, blast through the amount of tiles you have available. Grandma streaming? Yes, I'm Grandma today. Let me regale tales of the Super Game Boy to you. And the Nintendo Power Edition of the Super Game Boy Player's Guide. Oh, they suggest you write the street codes and passwords on the border. Smart, fart. I'm almost as old as the Big Ben. I am. Surprised they never released an equivalent of the NES for the SNES. It might have just been tricky to do. Oh, Arto, thank you for the wait. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. こんばんは。リード。皆さん、ようこそ。今日は、スーパーファミコンゲームボーイプレイヤーの絵を描きます。Today I will be drawing some arts for the border of the Super Famicom or the Super Nintendo player. I'm looking at some examples first. まずは、例を見ます。Hi, press welcome in. Could the borders be dynamic? Yes, they could actually. Let's go find some dynamic borders. Hi, press V. Hey. And welcome in all the waiters. I hope you had fun with Mario Kart. Mario Kart 楽しかった? Hey, Bacon. Hi, Ignis. Welcome in. And hi, Alvarius. No static, but you could edit them or swap them around. Yes. So some of the games, I don't actually know this game specifically, but would switch the border depending on where you were in the game. So it would, like, you know, you could switch it based on if you were in battle, or the overworld, or if you were in combat, or the later part of the story, day, night, that kind of thing. Like, technically the games had the options to change the border around. Not all of them made use of this, and as you may notice, most of these just have a singular border, because technically any extra is just bonus for a lot of people who are never gonna see them. Did the border show up in the GameCube version? That's a good question, because I do have the GameCube player, but the last time I used it, I didn't have a game that had custom borders on it, which meant I only had the GameCube presets. I don't know if they do. I don't think so, actually. I think Donkey Kong Jr. had 4 different months. Yeah. Donkey Kong Jr. was a big game. Very big game. 1 second. Let me allow some messages to load. There we go. Hey, Cammy, welcome in. Sadly not that I recall. Yeah, I didn't think the GameCube allowed it. But as you can see, there's so much variation and a lot of smart use. Like these ones that like fill up the whole screen. You may notice that they use repeating patterns, which is a very clever way to deal with like the limited tile sets that you have to, you know, account for when making a border like this. Though you may notice that a lot of them instead, you know, opt for like big spots of like blank or repeating pattern as well. Hi, Kami. Hi, Netjokes. Welcome in. There's also the ability to do the whole body yourself. That's true. Very fun. Super Game Boy player. If anybody has never used it before, looked into it, it's really cool. Love to want the audience watching. Yeah. So like, I've been looking around these and like I've got similar ideas. For how I want to do mine, because I guess like this is a good moment to tell people who don't know. I'm always really bad at shilling myself, but I have like, you know, game. It's coming out. It's out there. It's and it's for the Game Boy. And it's pretty cool, maybe. Well, it's very simple in terms of gameplay, but it's more my lore video. But I think it would be neat to add a border around it. It's basically what my point is. So what I want to do today is is draw a border. I misheard you. It was quite yabai. Well, I said nothing yabai, so you must have misheard me really badly. Super cool original game, yeah. The other buns are gonna judge my smap abilities. Oh no, it's okay. The stages will be quite simple overall because, well, I have heard that it's quite difficult to do so. So I trust the Go's programming that, like, you know, it can't be too complicated. So, so long seeing the character Honey in Pokemon Arts, right? Nintendo was smart. They would have made something like this for the Wii U, for the DS and 3DS games. I wonder if it's just because they don't want, like, you know, to like add the extra efforts, because these days a lot of like handheld games like DS and such like are already at a higher screen width and resolution, so there's like not much of a point to adding another border. I think that might be one of the reasons. But look at how cool these are, by the way. There's a lot of borders for that game. Yeah, some of them, like, you know, Bugs Bunny seem to go wild with it. Gundam Gaiden. Look at these. Oh, this one has a whole bunch of them. Like, either way, there's some really, really nice ones. And I'm gonna be drawing inspiration primarily from the ones that do include the characters here and there. And I'll show you guys the kind of sketch that I was thinking of. One like 5 further up. Some of them really go all out with them. Which is like always kind of stunning to consider when you know, you have to realize that like the vast majority of people were probably just gonna play them on the Game Boy. And might not even have realized that any of these borders even existed. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it, because, like, you know, among you buns, it seems that most of you never knew, yeah. And that's because, well, a lot of people didn't have a Super Game Boy player. Yeah, Detective Conan as well. Hey, Toshi, hey. I also really like the Dragon Ball ones. They're really cute. Oh right, Dragon Warrior, also known as Dragon Quest, has a lot of them based on the location and what you're doing in the game. Look at that, look at that. Quite famous for having a whole bunch, the Dragon Warrior games. The Dragon Quest games. Look at that. It's like even Warrior Monsters has like a whole bunch of these. Honestly, this one is really nice. Very detailed, very detailed. Hey, Oring, hey. And he has an SNES had so many cool gimmicks, right? Where is this? I want to get a closer look. Let me copy paste the website again. Here we go. Maybe I'll just pin it. Here we go. I'll put the website back in for anybody who's curious and pin it to the channel. And then you can find it. Because these are very cool. These are very cool. Like, I was spending a lot of my time browsing them. Conan actually went to Detective Conan Land in Japan and put it on a show. I actually have heard of that. He's gone a few times, hasn't he? Oh, these are... Oh, for Game & Watch. I was wondering which one had so many. I mean, Game & Watch, I guess, makes sense. It's like... Egg. Sorry, Game & Watch makes sense to have a whole bunch of them. Hey, Tanosh, welcome in. Welcome in. Game of Life Jinsei game. Oh, this one has so much detail on it. Like, it's impressive. It's impressive, like, how much they get in there. Some of them, like, it's also really cool to see the different art styles. Some of them, like, go very detailed. And some of them, like, you know, use more simple, strong lines. I want to, like, scroll down to at least, yeah, Hamster Paradise. To at least the Pokemon ones. Because I think a lot of you guys will probably be most familiar with those. Because there's a chance you've, like, seen them. This one's really nice too, the Harvest Moon one. Oh, that's so pretty, that's so pretty. Not sure if I've ever played anything on the Super Nintendo. Well, that's fair, that's fair. I mean, if you just said you didn't have one, so... I figured I would follow. Hey, Neo, hi, Mitoki. Thought I saw little SD Gundams, but they were not. Fair, fair. The GB Harvest Moon, yeah. Maybe I should, like, save that one to, like, reference later to see, like, how they do their coloring and stuff. Either way, lots of really good ones. Lots of really good ones. And honestly, this website, I'm going through it quite quickly, but it's absolutely worth a stroll. Like, if you've never, you know, seen any of these before, because, like, just the inspiration alone, they're so lovely. I got so excited that we actually, accidentally skipped Snack of the Week here, but I can smell the cake next to me. So we might have to go back to that for a second. I don't really understand the graphic limitations. Well, that's because you can have any color, but only 256 of them. And that's why the colors are very varied, but within the pictures you'd have to be a little bit more precise. Might have to grab a few references yourself, yeah. Oh, Quest 64 actually had a Game Boy version. I actually never played Quest 64. Worried it will make the tummy grow? Maybe, maybe. I mean, I could leave it to the end of the stream. As like a reward, but... Now that we're already on the drawing side. Oh, this one's very cool with like the different shots there. The Mets. It's all about the Mets, baby. Yeah, for the Mega Man one. I went past a little bit quickly, but it's really cute. Eat me. No, I will eat my cake. Oh, this one's so cute. The borders were just extra memory that the SNES had left over after Game Boy emulation. Yep. So it's like basically allows you to just fill that in. The Mole Mania one is, by the way, really cool. Like the full impact of Mole Mania can't really be felt unless you see it together with the game. So allow me to open up a screenshot of Mole Mania. And do you get it now? Very cool integration of game and border together. Very cool integration, like very smart doing it this way, because it kind of like merges the two into like a whole. Just want to point that one out specifically. Because just from the shot there, you're not gonna really get the full impact. You have the Mole Mania screenshot on hand, is very chill. Well, that's because I was looking through them earlier and I was like, oh yeah, Mole Mania. I was reminded of it. I actually want to play Mole Mania on stream at some point. I actually got a physical copy. All full of Game Boy action, yep. Hiya, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you have a lovely long weekend. Oh, Monkey Puncher, hey. Monster Race is also so cute. Look at them, they're adorable. I love the era of like weird little monster catches. Got excited when the show is more mania. Well, yeah. Hiya, File. Hi. You know what's not to get excited about more mania? Which was called Mogurainya in Japanese. Yep, that's because Mogura is mo in Japanese. And gave extra sound effects to some of the games. Yeah, they had like a little bit more, wiggle room, putting things, running it on the SNES. So they mentioned there's some cool stuff with it. Monkey sounds like I should call Pita. Don't call Pita on my stream. Second day of Easter Bunny, yep. 2 players on one screen as well. Let me see. We're gonna hit the Pokemon one soon, which also this one I think is just very cool. Like, apparently this for like an Othello game, but it's still very cool looking because like they did the whole tree. It's just like a chill bunny. Just have to point it out, Back in time. I'm getting in trouble for mistreating animals. Never. I'm really cute with animals. I'm really good with them. Oh, Pagemaster. Wait, Pagemaster, a Game Boy game. Oh, maybe I should find that. That was a movie I used to love as a kid. Gonna have to touch grass in a bit? No worries, touch some grass. Oh, maybe I should find the Pagemaster game. Let me guess, it's probably like a pretty low budget platformer, because that's usually what movie adaptations of the time were. But, yeah. Showing Peter the dog meat time, Park? Peter would approve. I was saving dog meat. What a way to find new games, right? Let's see. Normal game. Nah, that's just Bomberman, don't worry. Pagemaster does not look like it's made for kids. Honestly, I heard Pagemaster like traumatized a lot of people back in the day. I just thought it would be neat to get into a book. Think you played Pagemaster on another platform. How was it? This one is odd. Oh, it's because it's a train game. I was like, those are just photos. It's actual Game Boy hardware in there doing most of the game shop. Not really animation, but still. Oh, nice. Pagemaster is very hard. Wait, really? Ah. Dragon Quest frame would be cool. Oh, this one is cute. Look at that little horse. Horse racing games are so popular in Japan, but they draw the horses real cute. I grew up fine despite being traumatized by Pagemaster. No, I love Pagemaster. I had no trauma from it. The only movie that traumatized me was Gremlins. The Densha games, it does have a train controller. I'm not sure for the PS1. Oh, here we get the first Pokemons. Ah, look at that. My biggest fondness is like, especially when it comes to Pokemon Green, is seeing the slightly derpier sprites. Like, look at this shell there. That's a good shell there. Look at this Pikachu. This white one, like this. That's like the good stuff. Pokédex is fun and plush. God dear, yeah. There was also like a very cute like solitaire horse racing game. That was, I think, was it made by Game Freak for the DS? That was like really solid too. With cute horses. Novel chubby Pikachu, right? Should be Buns instead of Pokemon. I have no idea how. Did you have Pokemon Stadium for the N64? And did you have a Game Boy pack that attached to it? And did you put your Pokemon games inside of them? Because if so, that's where you're recognizing them from. That Pikachu baby, there he is. Didn't even have an N64. Then I'm not actually sure where you know them from. Maybe just osmosis. I think they might have just also shown up during like various parts of like general Pokemon media, so that could be it too. Man, the blue one looks so cool as well. For the first gens, they used the Japanese words for the color. There we go. And there's so many Melipos. I'm surprised you skipped over the Wakusho ones. I was looking at those earlier. They're really good. I was trying to get to the Pokemon ones so people would like recognize them, but I know the one you mean because there's like several Hokusho ones that are really good. Not the little info cards ones. I also have a fondness for this Pikachu one because like, look at how cute it is. Like, it's a little bit different from the rest of the pixel art, but I think like the chunky lines like kind of add to it, and I might, you know, draw some inspiration from that when I'm doing my own. Because he's so cute. God of Vaporeon frame. That's not what my game's about. It's him, the fat Pikachu. Exactly. And by comparison, the golds and silver ones are a bit boring actually, compared to the other ones. I mean, they're okay, but they're a bit dull. This one's kind of cool though. The beta one, I guess I didn't get used, but if you've watched speedruns or let's plays, they may have been made on a Super Game Boy player. Yep. Often, at least before it became easier, like recordings would be on a Super Game Boy player or the GameCube one. I think the GameCube one must have on slower for speedruns. I can't remember. I have a GameCube player as well. You could have seen them there though. Absolutely. Trying to be classy, which I kind of appreciate. That's true. Man, this one's kind of neat. I wish they went with it. The trading card game. Oh, I do like how they put like the different element coins on the side. That's neat. And then, oh, here we get like all the different international versions of Pokemon, which all have, you know, international names and all that. Oh man, this one also has cool monsters. That one also has cool monsters. Oh no, these are some cool. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this base. Look at that base. That's a fish. That's a big fish. Nice. And then what else do we have? Oh, these are cute too. Okay, monsters. Drop the base. Drop the base on this base. Let's see. This one has quite a lot of them. Base the base. Didn't see the guy from Mega Man. The short-lived Robopon series. There's something coming up. Oh, there's a 30th anniversary podcast for the SNES Satellaview. Oh, nice. The Satellaview is like a whole other interesting thing, just because, like, you know, internationally people didn't really get it. The word for fish base rhymes with bass. This may be true, but I reject this reality. Because you can't drop the bass. Drop the bus. In Dutch, both of the words are like pronounced the same. It's both bus. Devil, I used to call it wrong all the time. I continue to call it wrong all the time. I think I've been corrected on that before. Oh, look at this one. Oh, cheeky. Oh, this for the Super Game Boy itself, so they get to be like cheeky with it. And have like interactive ones, yeah, that like, you know, walk across the screen. Can be pronounced both ways. And like base more than pass, yeah. Get out of the way, Mario. Wonder if there's a Gurumon game area? Yeah, there is. We actually scrolled past it earlier, but I can scroll back up to it. Once we reach the bottom. All the classic ones, so good. And exclusive stuff for the add-on. There's like a bunch of other games. I see. Oh, Tokyo Disneyland Fantasy Tour. Oh, I wonder if there was like a McDonald's one. The last Game Boy game I played on stream was like the McDonald's RPG dating sim. True game exists. Go check McDonald's Monogatari for the Game Boy. I wonder if it had a frame. I played it on the Game Boy player, so for the GameCube. So like I wouldn't have seen the frame. The what? The McDonald's RPG and dating sim for the Game Boy. It's real. One just staring at you. It's basically like a job training sim. Instinct based from Magman was pronounced by us, and that the fishy virus and him were sharing similar headphones was the reason why. I see. Were you racing one McDonald's? Nah, you tried to race your co-workers. Honestly, this Yu-Gi-Oh one is really good too. This Yu-Gi-Oh one is so good too. Let's scroll back up because you guys want to take another look at the Metabots and the Goemon ones. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of these. Draw. We will be drawing. We sure will. The McDonald's sim. What was the one guy that we tried to help every day? I forgot. The guy who like kept getting promoted over us, even though we kept like having to help him every day. And we should go work smack in trouble. Well, it's honestly, it was a wild game because kind of happened. The game was like annoyingly realistic. And gave us all depression. Here we go. Look at how cute Walker Show is. Okay, look at the Mega Man one. There's only one Mega Man one, unfortunately. And it's this one. It doesn't seem like there's any other Mega Man ones on the list. I think I named him Bun or something. I think it was something like that, yeah? Okusho, my little fella. I do love Okusho, he's my favorite. These are some cool frames as well, though. These are some cool frames. Oh, and then we want to see Goemon. Let's see. Goemon. What about? I got some strawberry jelly cheesecake. Nice. Nice. I will say, like, I do want to take like a look at that Harvest Moon one again. That one's very inspirational. Here we go. Here starts the Goemons. Very nice and colorful. Very lovely looking these. You might like 6 Mega Mans, yeah, but not every game had a frame. Because, you know, it's something extra that, like, you know, the developers could do, but it wasn't exactly, like, a necessity because, well, not everybody would be playing them that way, and the Game Boy player also had, like, default frames, so. These are very charming, right? Never owned a Switch console before the Wii. A Switch console? I'm sorry, I want these. I found a little card from my workshop in surprisingly good shape the other day. Nice. Let me like check the Harvest Moon one again. Let me see. Remember playing Mythical Ninja Star and going on GB port, not knowing what the heck to do. That was before I liked English. Oh no. 1 second. I've got my delicious cake taunting me, but I'll instead save it for near the end of the stream. Because now we're already on the drawing screen and we're getting into it, so I'll just put it away for a little longer. Moving it away for a second. Putting it back in its little box so it doesn't like tempt me with its delicious smell. And we'll get to snack of the week later. Okay, it's okay. I already had a burger, so it'll be delicious flavor later. What kind of cake? It's a wall cake with fresh fruits inside of it. Is engagement invading me? I'm sorry, I moved to the other screen too quickly. Now the flow of the stream will be like all out of whack if we go back to the starting screen again. After we just like led into all these like different Game Boy frames. Well, if this cake spoils, I don't think it will spoil that quickly. Don't worry. Oh, let me give you a meow though. Let's see. I do want to see about lining things up a little bit better. Why is it? I'm confused. I'm a little confused, but that's okay then. That's fine, I guess. We'll just deal with it. But first, the cake is my reward. Exactly. Okay, let's put the projector away. There we go. I'm also gonna save that Harvest Moon one as some added inspiration. So, what you guys can see over here is one of the sketches I made for my general idea, which is me like peeking around the corner to look at your buns. Because I saw like some of the, you know, inspiration of the, you know, like the Bomberman one, for example, of them like looking up at the game, and like this way, I was thinking of drawing like a TV around it and doing it that way. My other sketch was just like putting chibis around, but I think that's a bit boring, so I'm gonna probably go with this. That's my general idea. It's making me wish I had a Super Game Boy, right? Just imagine it like a reverse stream today. Yeah. So, as you can see, I pulled up a bunch of different references from the site we went through earlier. I also pull out that Harvest Moon one because I think that one is very nice, and I'm gonna, you know, keep it up there. What is Slug doing hiding behind the TV? That's a good question. That's a good question. I'm just peeking around. I'm like, hey kids, are you having fun? Are you enjoying the games? Do you need any snacks? You know? In this scenario, I guess I'm babysitting you. Snacks, please. Okay. I'm surprised buns don't have weapons since we're committing war against each other. While you're playing a game, you don't take the gun out while you're playing games. I'm not your mother. I'm babysitting. I'm the cool Nason down the street who is providing you snacks and games. Hello, fellow kids. As some sort of normal human reporter should make an appearance on the border. A normal human reporter is already in the game. This site has to be mostly empty to allow most of the art to be in here. Once again, this is due to tile set limitations. So if I wanted to like add in multiple characters, they would all have to be individually a lot smaller, basically. Hello, Joe from the cartridge. Yeah. I'm a snack. I am not a snack, I'm afraid. You can have a super scope. You can have a super scope. You cool on Nason will allow you. This Obason's trying to give you snacks again. Well, if no Obason's giving you snacks, it's probably okay. Sweet old Obasons are always handing out snacks, you know? But either way, that's the general concept. So let's start. Let's start working on that. Joe hands you strawberry candy. No candy as hard as rocks. I'll give you. Actually, I did see some Pikmin candy in the store today. You guys can have some of my Pikmin candy. Okay. So it's been a while since I worked in Ace Bites. But I think this way I can. Hold on. Maybe should I work in Psi instead? Wait, no. I think I can. I can do this. No. See, that's the problem. That's the problem when I'm using the other program. That's the problem when I'm using the other program. I have risen, almost an hour late, but still. Hello, welcome in. I'm wondering if I should switch over to Psi. Basically, for people who don't know, advantages of Ace Sprite, more stable lines with pixel art, advantages of Psi, basically everything else. Because it has way more convenience. Hey, Grimmy, welcome in. My teeth, why was the candy just a rock? It was a Pikmin! A Pikmin rock. I would switch to Psi. Maybe I should, but I already have everything set up in Ace Blights. The game is coming out, it sure is. Speaking of which, you only have 2 days left to buy it, so I guess like check the links in the description and stuff if you still want to get it. It will take another like extra month or two to like be finished, but then it will be ready. What should I? Okay, I'm gonna load up Psi. I'm gonna load up Psi anyway because I thought Ace Sprite at the very least had like clipping options, but it does not. It does not, unfortunately. So we have to make do. Let's see. I'll just copy paste everything over to Psi over here. I forgot. Here we go. Ace Sprite is a little bit annoying about that function too. Do I have to have advantages to sticking within a color palette or tile limitations? Ordinarily, I would say Ace Sprite is better at that, especially if you have a complex type of, tile limitation. But considering what we're doing today, where as long as I don't use more than 256 colors, I should be okay. compared to like the usual where you do have to like stick a little bit more carefully to such things. Okay. Wait, it's okay. All right, I've okay, it's fine. Nearly got it. Nearly got it. Here we go. Okay, can just save it here as a file as well. Okay, and then we can open it up inside. Doing a game about her taking over the world? Nah, it's my lore video. It's not so much like a game as it is my lore video. And so it was largely an upgrade from the prior tower to Paint 3D. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's move over to Sai instead. It's about her losing influence in the world. Yeah, it's about how the Bone Lord destroyed everything, actually. Oh, I should put on the music. There we go. Have some background music. Couldn't find any special Easter candy. Oh no. What is this? This is Sai. This is the other program I was talking about. Let me still pull up a couple of them for reference. And vibes and feelings as we're, you know, going into them. Let me pull a few of them up. Here we go. Whee! Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Now we've got some references in there. Think we have some Bone Lord minions in that? Collecting bones for world peace? Well, I'm collecting bones for world peace. That's okay. As long as it's me who's doing it. I do use CSP if I need to do rotational or complex symmetry. That's fair, that's fair. Like I use CSP if like if I have to do like complex shading or gradients or typesetting, or if I want to honestly I mostly use CSP for like post-processing if I want to like throw some filters on top. You know? Hiya Clem, welcome in. And then the Switch game, the board load is suffering the buns. Well, CSP, Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint is also known as CSP. And it's an okay program, and honestly, I will actually concede that it's probably a better program than Sai is, even though I'm a Sai diehard who will only use Sai most of the time. That's just because I'm old, and Sai is what I learned how to use. So, actually, let me start by putting a basic background in. Let's see. Because I'm thinking of putting like a basic style ocean background and such. In which case, let me lay out some basic colors for that. Not all just experienced. I mean, if I was experienced, I'd probably be using Clip Studio. But that's okay. That's okay. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know? Okay, I'm gonna put some clouds in the background. Just very basically do it out. Is Sai still supported? The nice thing about Sai is that it's actually still getting supported. To this day, Sai is made, to my knowledge, by just one guy. And if you buy it once, you have support for the rest of your life. Which is the very nice thing about Sai, is that compared to certain other drawing programs, the creator is not greedy. You even can like get the free upgrades between like the different versions. If you bought the first one, you can get Sai 2 for free. If you ever move and like, you know, switch PCs and stuff, you get your PC, like the codes, you can just email and you get new codes. Sai is, you know, very nice. Like whoever's running it is like very customer friendly. Could potentially debating, but did you back doing the play the Docomo ones? No, it's a little bit trickier when you're over in Japan, unfortunately. Though they do look very cool, admittedly, so I'd love to play them one day. But... or that the cake crumble is just sitting there waiting for me. Don't tempt me, don't tempt me. I'll wind up eating it without showing you guys. We don't want that to happen, do we? Ripping off the developers' selfish beings live too long for lifetime updates. I actually paid for the site too anyway, even though I could get it for free. Because I figured, having used it for well over a decade, you know, I'm quite happy to just like support the developer more for a program that I've used for many, many years now. Yeah, it's a very nice change from how art software is usually managed. And I found a way to play them. Oh yeah, I know. There's like a bunch of people who have been playing them lately. I've seen the methods going around and all that. But like I said, a little bit tricky in Japan. And the BM games, yeah. There are some programs where simplicity is an advantage. And that's one of the reasons I really like Psy. Especially back in the day compared to stuff like Photoshop and such. Psy is just like refreshingly, you know, chill. Just like easy, nice and simple to comprehend. You know, all the tools that you need are right there where you need them. And you can just, you know, get started. Everyone's birthday into Easter arc into Agathon has just been one final deadline to another. Well, I'm happy you're out of the art mines for a second. Take a well-deserved rest. It's developed from the one place, not copied by capitalism from space. Yeah. Just want to spread the words. Yeah, maybe one day. It's cool you're getting a physical Game Boy game, mate. Thank you. It's been something I've been wanting to do for a long time. I wish I could be like a little bit more ambitious with the gameplay, but I also have to understand the limitations of like, you know, what I'm asking for. Especially since I'm doing the graphics. So it's more of a focus on the lore parts. But I hope you guys will still enjoy like the simple bits and pieces. Because I think the art for that turned out really cute too. And you get like special little art rewards when you clear it. Joanna's out of the art punch. What does that mean? It's because I'm going to be home to leave. Thank you. They got something about somewhat official release for the Armored Core phone games. Oh, nice. So they're like re-releasing them? Or how's that gonna go? Because I don't think I've seen a lot of re-releases for like mobile games. Well, I guess these days with gacha games you see it once in a while because mobile games are getting more and more indistinguishable from PC games. You know? Did you have anything to do with the... No, of course not. Who are you to ask me that, Jesus? On Easter? Hey, Flu Fire, hey. Did you use RPG Maker to make the game? No, so RPG Maker is something that to my knowledge cannot be used for making Game Boy games. Though there is ancient RPG Maker games that can be used for making SNES games, by chance actually. But you have to use the ancient RPG Makers. In this case, it's using Game Boy Studio. I did not assassinate Pope Francis. No, I did not. Hey, Floof, welcome in. Okay, I'm just like putting out the basics for the frame. Just for the background. I'll probably put like a little bit more charm into the background, but it's good to have like the colors in there early on, so that like when the time comes, you know, the colors are already kind of down. And then you know what you're working with in terms of like the rest of your palette. I'll probably change the background colors a bit, but I'm going for like a kind of nice beachy scene, I guess. You know, I don't know why, you know, buns are playing on the beach. I guess it's a nice day. Guess it's just good weather for it. I guess something like this would probably work for the TV. Here we go. And then the main thing is we're gonna want to have a frame that's like consistent all the way across. So this is kind of messy. Still no news of the Star Force collection. My hope is we get it next year for the 20th anniversary. I personally think that might just be what happens, because, well, the 20th anniversary would theoretically be the right time to be putting it out. I say this as I look judgingly at .hack, which you know, went past the anniversary and then didn't put anything out. But that's okay. Star Wars can try to be different. Game Studio looks neat. I gotta play with it. Absolutely, absolutely. It's quite versatile and fairly like user-friendly, I think. I want to play around with it a bit more. Though I didn't unfortunately have a lot of time to do so yet. But it's very neat. It's very neat. And with it, theoretically, anybody can put something out as well. This is a good idea for playing coastly on the beach, yeah. Though I feel like you might get some like sand in the TV, which might not be good, but that's, you know, that's to deal with when you get there, I suppose. No idea for the border is shot of Sophia's necklace from Atlantis, but it's the necklace on the screne. Well, that would not be very relevant for the game now, would it? You know, if you want to like kind of cheesecakey shots, you're just gonna have to play the game, because you can unlock the slightly cheesecakey shots if you win the stage, so you'll just have to find them there. Kojima acknowledged Boktai, but only on its 21st. Maybe we have to wait another year. Does it have to be? Well, kinda. At least somewhat. You know? I mean, I guess not strictly, but it might confuse people if it wasn't. The mobile phone game label is just as big as the other games. It might not actually be the same quality, but still worth preserving. Exactly. Are you getting hungry from the cheesecake? Get yourself some cheesecake. Perhaps, perhaps. I have a ceiling to the armored core thing. Nice, nice. Now I am thinking like, you know, it's true that like a lot of mobile phone games, like more than like I feel like a lot of other categories are not particularly well preserved, especially because so many are like, you know, exclusive to like one flip phone or whatever at the time, as you would have back in the day. Though I feel like there's more of an effort going into it nowadays. Yeah, because like there's a lot of Japanese mobile games, but also like, you know, like the kind of trash that you used to see in the back of like every gaming magazine. Like, you know, you can argue about the quality, but it does, I believe, deserve to get preserved though. Yeah, so many phone games lost or almost lost. Exactly, exactly. Like we make a boy for the protecting game or something like that. So I'm just drawing a big TV, is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm going for. But yeah, no, like those games that you had like at the back of like the magazines, they're not gonna be like, you know, the kind of lost, you know, little gem like the Mega Man ones. But they did exist, and I do think they are worth preserving. Am I holding my paintbrush like a mindful phone? I kind of am, huh? The rich shovelware games are just as much part of history, exactly. And I think like that kind of shovelware and kusoge, like, you know, it's still, I feel like, fun to take a look at. Because, you know, it is part of history. It is part of like, you know, where we were back in the day. Streaming can make it work. I mean, I'm sure it can, but the problem is you have to find it first. On Steam you have 2 armored cores, and the first one is the phone that was isometric. Nice. Yeah, it's many smartphone games that ended serves with no offline version. I mean, the thing is, at least smartphone games often these days have like archived versions by fans to some degree. I'm talking about like, you know, the phone games from back in the day which have like nothing, because like it's, you know, it would be like released to one type of Nokia or one Samsung. And if you didn't have that one, the game is now gone forever. Sorry. Big wigs over the road racing, yeah? Hope we get more isometric games again. Exactly, exactly. Like, there's so many, like, I wonder, I had like one of my old phones. I wonder if I could start it up again. And I checked some of the games I had. Unfortunately, I never had like a lot of the exclusives because my mom, perhaps wisely, never allowed me to download things from those magazines, no matter how much I wanted to. Probably for the best, because a lot of them signed you up for scams and monthly fees and services, even in the pre-smartphone era. With Mouth Blaster. Yeah, many smartphone games also end up having a lot of screen footage recorded. Exactly, exactly. compared to these older games, which often have like, well, no surviving record except for people remembering they played it once. You know? I always found more immersed in 3D. I love isometric. Yeah, especially in the pre-smart era. Exactly. Like, I wish that like I'd gone through and like recorded more back then. But I had too much power of cringe holding me back. Because I hated listening to my own voice, so I never uploaded my own Let's Plays back then. Even though I tried. Back 20 years ago, having a reliable and decent quality video cadence was very uncommon, indeed. Now, to be fair, another reason I probably shouldn't have uploaded them. They were, well, if you go far back enough, it's just handcam quality. And if you go back a little later, it's, you know, unregistered hypercam, so... If only I'd, you know, done it back then. How you felt about yourself? I mean, I think everybody hates their voice. I just hated it very much back in the day. Let's see. This is turning out like a decent little frame. Like a decent little frame over here. Okay, so let's think. Someone being both a video camera nerd to own good quality recording software and having interesting games and getting the idea to record it, yeah. It's why so many of the early Let's Plays, they're so very rare. You don't get so many of them. Okay, so what I want to do is maybe add some buttons on the side to make it look more like a TV. Your voice is cool. I've already accepted it. I've mentioned this before. Like, you guys gave me like the confidence and stuff. Like, I have a lot more confidence now than I did back then. Like before I started streaming. But back then I didn't, you know? The internet 20 years ago was very different, yeah. You know, I actually do remember watching Let's Plays, like, before Let's Plays became very big. Because I remember they kind of, like, took off with, I guess, Minecraft at the time. And, well, no, even pre-Minecraft, there was, like, Amnesia and stuff. I feel Amnesia was, like, one of the big turning points for more people starting to watch Let's Plays. But I was actually, like, watching, you know, the 5-minute intervals of people recording footage, like, even before then. I was there in the unregistered hypercam mines. Good old Java and Symbian games that still have the anime and video game adverts. Nice. Okay, something like that maybe. I would watch YouTube to see if I wanted to buy the game. I mostly just watched it on YouTube because, well, I was very bored. I would just spend hours a day just like watching gameplay. Watching this one person say I want to be the guy playthrough. I wonder if you watched the same one. Though I actually watched several I want to be the guy playthroughs back when the game first came out. Because it was always kind of fun to see, like, you know, how far people could get into it. Screenshots and forum posts, Let's posts were also a big part of history. Honestly, like the screenshots in forum posts, I have like a weird fondness of them because I've read some really good Let's Plays through them back in the day. When you will be accepted and beloved and cherished. I know, you guys, I know. I am talking past tense. I'm still a little bit shy about my voice, but like I said, I have gained a lot of confidence thanks to you guys. Was one very hard. It was done in like 5 parts, quite possibly, yeah. He was very angry. I mean, a lot of people were quite angry with I Wanna Be the Guy. That was certainly part of it. Back in the day, wouldn't be able to handle that game. So many death traps. I actually did play I Wanna Be the Guy, though not on stream, just, you know, back in the day when it came out. Very, very frustrating type of game. I did wind up like watching some guides, like figure out how to get further myself when I played it. Because it's not an easy one. It's not an easy one, that one. You know, one of, well, not the original Rage game. There were like other games like, you know, Neko Mario and such before it, but but yeah, no, screenshots and forums could work well for the dialogue heavy games. Absolutely. Like, I feel one that like always stuck with me is like a certain Let's Play of like Animal Crossing, Which, you know, one thing you don't see as much is people do Let's Plays where they craft their own story. Which I used to quite enjoy, because that one had like a whole mystery going on. Oh yeah, the Dwarf Fortress, that one has a very famous one. It was like forum-based. The purest thought of I Wanna Be the Guy fan games. There were so many I Wanna Be the Guy fan games back then. You have no choice but to get reassured anyway. Thank you, thank you. There was also Super Meat Boy around the time. That's true, that's true. Same thing will happen with Imager one day. Are people uploading Let's Plays to Imager? Because that's the first I've heard of that. I probably read that Animal Crossing LP Let's Play. Yep, the one that made into a horror game. I think if you know, you know. You're probably thinking the one I'm thinking. You know, I still will admit that I often still think of that one whenever I think of like GameCube Animal Crossing. Super Meat Boy wasn't really a rage game though, it was just hard. I mean, that's fair, that's fair. I feel like rage games are intentionally frustrating as opposed to being like skill checks, so that's a good point. That's a good point. Here we go. Headshots, seriously Glenn got in the grand badge of them all. Boat murdered. Boat murdered is probably the most famous one. Someone else made a similar horror game around SimCity 2000. I don't think I read that one, but that sounds fun school. Hey Coleman, welcome in. With hours of SMP and I don't think I was angry at all. I was zen. Oh, for a second I was like Super Mario Brothers, but that's what happens when you abbreviate things, Liquid. You mean Super Meat Boy? Okay, okay. Hey Coleman. Was so strange because there were game scenes with the for kids and teens would buy, and the adverts were very sus. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they were. Not just the anime videos, like they were straight up advertising certain services at the end of the game magazines, especially the UK ones, which you could get in the Netherlands back in the day. So yeah, no, I know what you mean. Are scenes still alive? Maybe for like retired people? Scenes still exist, they still get gone. And you know, considering you guys know that I used to draw doujinshi, I'll let you know that, you know, the spirit of scenes lives on in doujinshi as like circles as well. I'll let you know. When the demo discs die, when people started downloading them from Steam, probably. And also I think they just got too expensive to add. I think it's a multi-debt where both, like, you know, magazines stopped selling as well. You know, the debt of physical media and that of paper media combined with, you know, people just like downloading demos online. You know, not just like from Steam, but like from like systems as well. You know, the PlayStation and Nintendo like eShops also have like demo functions. So I think demo discs died when the need for them got lost. My memory said there was a thirsty mature ladies in my area. They should drink water. Yeah. Yeah, there are only feasible around the Sierra area, exactly. Hey Latu, welcome in. Game demos are how I got back into Gundams. I think like it's funny because we had this discussion about demos before, and like demos definitely still exist because they have like, you know, demos like, you know, literally on Steam and stuff. And the thing is, I'm not sure if it's just me. I think it's actually quite universal though. Like, I personally will not. I'm usually not interested in downloading Steam demo. I'll just say it. I'm usually not interested in downloading Steam demo. Because one of the excitement compared to the demo disc, where I wind up trying every demo, was the mystery. Was the excitement. But I am not gonna like browse 5 gazillion games on Steam that may or may not be good. I want my demo disc to be delivered to me pre-curated by a magazine. And then I will try all of them. And I've said this before, but if like what Steam should do, and I think what would actually be quite wise, is put out demo packs, you know? Put out demo sets. You know? Like I want Steam to like collect a bunch of games, or like maybe devs can collect a bunch of games, put them in a set, Like maybe even put like a demo interface, you know, like how the old disc would have like the interface of like choosing between the demos. So it's not just like downloading a bunch of demos into your Steam library, because somehow, once again, that's less appealing. It's once again less appealing to just download a bunch of demos separately into your library. You have like 500 different codes. Put out a demo game. And now, that's the demo disc experience I'm looking for. Like curators, that's not the same, because a curator, that's basically the equivalent of reading somebody's blog. That's just what a blog was back in the day. You know, that's just somebody's game recommendation. That's not my demo disc experience. Hey, Tommy, hey. On Steam, people also often buy, try, and refund it. I suppose that's true too. I hadn't considered that, because I've never actually done that myself, because I usually have like a decently good idea of whether I will like a game or not before I decide to purchase it. But like, you know, it doesn't have to be Steam that does it. Like, you know, like the game jams, it could be like the devs themselves doing it. And then like just putting it out. And I think then that way I could have, you know, the demo disc experience the way you used to have it. And it was a cool feature in Smash Bros. Where they had the demos. Oh, what's on? Whoa, I see. Yeah, I don't want to download the 200 gigabyte game to try it. Exactly. Like, I'd rather just have... I mean, to be fair, I guess with like some modern games, even the demo would be like 50 gigabytes, but... I guess that's the kind of life we're living. I probably wouldn't play that demo. If the demo's that big, I'm not gonna bother with it. That's kind of 100% this game get reviewed on Steam became real popular with Cuphead. Oh, I see. I feel that's a bit cheeky though. Because like if you're enjoying it enough to like speedrun it to completion. I don't know. The funny thing about those ball demos is the entire game is contained within them. Oh, I did hear about that. them. So people have speedrun the Ocarina of Time demo before the timer went out. Yeah. Wasn't that the case with like, what was it, like one of the Spyro games that like had the Crash demo or vice versa? I think there was like one of those that just like had like most of the game in it. On like one of the demos. Yeah, I don't want to have to time myself playing on the 2 hours, yeah. I got to Area 6 in Star Fox 64 on the demo kiosk. Nice. What's the furthest I've gotten into a demo? I'm not sure. I'm not sure from the top of my head. I had to learn to speedrun the game on the fly. Yeah, Spare 3 had crash packs. With certain codes you can play almost all of it. See, I knew it was something like that. I had heard about that before. But you know, props for the people who manage. It's basically your free copy of Crash Bash. You know, but I think that like, my main thing with like demos is that like I don't think unless you get like them collected into a set again, it's hard to like capture the vibe of the demo disc of the past. I don't think you can get that bad easily. That's what games like Cuphead don't mind the speedrun to be fun because people doing it already probably purchase and practice a lot. That's fair. They're using an Alden Steam account. You know, that's a good point. Hey, Lineful, I missed demo kiosks. Yeah, demo kiosks were cool. Okay, so we now have like a base kind of background looking place. I'm just wondering if I want to adjust the TV color a bit. Back in the day I played the Quake 2 demo, installed the official patch on top, played it for multiplayer, except for the missile map. Nice! And that certain development builds from stuff like E3 and Space Wars are getting preserved. Oh, same. It's always nice when like stuff like that gets found again, especially if it's been long lost. I think I might actually make it green. There we go. Changed my mind. What kind of horror game based on SimCity? I think it was a Let's Play. So somebody writing their own horror story, essentially based on it, in that case. Mr. Demo DS2 with all my love of Mecha to them. Like, I think my fondest memories with the demo kiosks are actually, ironically, not in like shops or anything, but from like the ferry. the ferry between the Netherlands and the UK, because it would have basically PlayStation cabinets a lot of the times. And those PlayStation cabinets I played a lot of games on. Those were basically my demo kiosks. It was very hit and miss though, because like a lot of the time the PlayStation cabinets would be out of, you know, service, and I always wondered if they were out of service or if they just were too lazy to clean them or something. Because it's very well could have been that. Like maybe they just couldn't be bothered to, like, you know, keep everything up to date. But I did like those demo kiosks, you know, on how bad the disc got destroyed. I mean, technically the kids couldn't get to the disc, so surely the disc shouldn't be destroyed too badly in those situations, right? If the kids couldn't access the discs. But then again, you know, it was like one of those kiosks where like it was all behind glass. So technically the kids could only touch the controllers, but maybe the controllers got really sticky or something. I don't know. Oh, with the ferry movement. Maybe the ferry movement might have actually been not something I considered. Because that would kind of shake them around, huh? But I'm sure they had like some kind of stabilization technology involved as well, but that's a good point. Sound like a so wide spinning is probably not healthy, no. Maybe that's why they were always out of order. It's a shame though, because I always looked forward to like playing Ratchet and Clank. Because specifically they had several of the Ratchet and Clank games. And that's how I learned about Ratchet and Clank, and also how I decided I wanted to, you know, to get it for myself. For all the demo discs, I feel the fast food ones were interesting because you could think, what does Pizza Hut know about games? And the answer is a surprising amount. Exactly. Was the demo disc for a Pizza Hut game? Or was it like demo discs for other games in that case? Now I think of it. Maybe I should give the fairies some slack, because maybe all the movements might have been really bad for the video games. I hadn't thought of that previously, but that might have been bad. Okay. Here we go. And that's some simple backgrounds done, and I think I'll now start on the fun parts of the drawing. Custom mobile demo had a lot of late game parts unlocked. Playing the game for real to finally make the build I started in the demo was the coolest. Nice! Hey, look, welcome in. Do you guys know an old game called Tonic Trouble? About Tonic Trouble. It had a PC version as well, right? I was renting games or lending them from the library. That's where I got my Freddy Fish from. My Freddy Fish cartridge was actually from the library as well. That's where I started my Freddy Fishy journey back in the day. Good old Freddy Fish. Good old Freddy Fish. Still on a PC port? Nice. So the thing with Tonic Trouble specifically is that I once, you know, I used to be subscribed to like CompuKids, which was a now defunct PC magazine for children in the Netherlands. And they had like an ad for Tonic Trouble. I was like, this looks so cool, it's just like Rayman. And then I never played it. But I played the demo. I was like, this demo is the coolest thing ever. To this day I've never played Tonic Trouble. Once again, asked my Kamiyashi to reapply. I know. That's why she started saying now she's no. I only went on the ferry. That's a Vtuber card game. Yeah, I'm in it. If you got like my card sleeves, you might as well get some Rift Runner. Links, I'm pretty sure, are in the description. I have 4 cards inside of the Vtuber card game. Hey Osako, hi Otto Blacks, welcome in. The beta PC report was actually the first version of Tonic Trouble I played. So playing the actual game was like cognitive dissonance. I see. I think that like PC like demo is the only version I played, so I wonder what it's. But then again, it's been a long time since I played it. I probably wouldn't remember it now. skip the ad. I'm sorry, Nifty. I never shield myself. I'll try not to. The beta PC porting was actually the first version of Tonic. Oh, sorry, I already. Good morning, Asuko. Welcome in, welcome in. What was the other thing I was saying? Sorry, let me take a sip of my drink. Right. No, I completely lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Hey, James. Hey. Sorry. Let me just finish the PC. The TV. Right. I was gonna make a bit of a stand, though, like, drawing all this is kind of boring. I should start drawing the characters instead. Hey, James. Welcome in, welcome in. There we go. I'll fiddle with like the colors for this later. I remember playing the Gundam Disney War demo at Walmart after selling Boy Scout popcorn outside. Years later I downloaded it on my 360. Nice. Oh, what I was saying about the fairy games. Right. Like, so the fairy games, they had a bunch of games on them, and I loved them because they didn't mention the titles. I didn't even know what they were. But, you know, there were some racing games, there were some fantasy games, but specifically I remembered having most fun, you know, with Jak and Daxter, because those were good games. And I remember being kind of sad when they removed the first Jak and Daxter, but they did put a sequel, and like some of the sequels, and I was like, wait, this is GTA? What happened? What happened to Jak and Daxter? This is GTA. And I was really surprised. No, honestly, I feel like the cabinets didn't work about as often as they did, so a lot of the time you might as well not have played them. Because most of the time they were basically functionless. Which is, you know, I used to judge them for like basically just... It was like the ice cream machine at like McDonald's. It never works. That Joel. Where is he? Where's Jak? Where's Daxter? Where'd they put him? But the sad thing is, because like there weren't like really any alternatives on the ferry if the game machines weren't working. Which is why I was always really sad when they didn't, because I'd just be really bored, and because I got seasick, I wouldn't even have anything to distract me from my seasickness. I'd instead just have to like sit around in, I guess, the general lounge area and just like kind of die from seasickness the whole time. I love Gundam toys, but before then only watched G. I thought all the suits were controlled with the tight suits that hurt you in it. Oh no. But yeah, like I did have my Game Boy and stuff, and like instead I would play on the Game Boy. But the nice thing with the PlayStation cabinets was that I could, try some games I wouldn't normally have the chance to try. Especially because, like, the UK was always a good place to buy new games. I'm not sure how it is these days, but back in the day they often had, like, a bigger selection of second-hand games and such, compared to the Netherlands. As well as, a very large amount of charity shops and, car boot sales and... second-hand kind of stores, whereas the Netherlands didn't have that many, or honestly, very good deals when it came down to it. So I was always looking forward to buying new games when I was in the UK, because Mama Slug would be, always let me pick some out, would give me a budget and I could get some. Hey CG, welcome in. Blue Crane tastes the best? I believe you. My mother being such jarred by Jak and Daxter's opening, having such harsh language because she looked at the cover of one and assumed it was a Cuddy Kick game. I mean, the first one basically is. And then they looked at gaming trends and were like, what if it was not? What if it no longer was a cute game? Daily, I miss Joanna. Joanna, you can't say that. You didn't at Joanna yesterday, and Joanna's gonna be in the rewards too. I love them list the items online too, so mostly get removed there instead. That's fair. They're still around. I mean, I feel with like how the retro game market is these days. I'm sure that like a lot of stuff is probably, you know, not selling for the kind of prices you could get them back in the day, so, you know, probably not as nice of a place as it felt back then. It's like I can still hear him. Jorunna fan isn't real, I need to let him go, oh no. Hey, okay, hey. I had to play Shadow with the sound of when my mom learned he said damn after every hit. It's kind of funny, like the only times I had to turn the sound off is when the background music was too repetitive. And I would always like, I had very high tolerance for like not stellar game music. But my mom did not. And I'd be like, but mom, it helps me play the game better. It improves my skills and my abilities, you see. But especially when it came to like playing the Game Boy in the backseat of the car or whatever, the sound often had to go off and like real music had to be played. Or at the very least the sound had to be turned down. Because, well... But that's okay. I can now play games with the sound off all the time, but I can also sometimes hear where my mom was coming from. Because the older I get, the more I realize that maybe on some of the tracks, she may have had a point. And not real, you just manifest into the universe. You know, that's pretty much what I was expecting. That checks out. That checks out. Okay, I'm gonna do this thing where I'm like whipping the side of the screen and like saying hi to you guys. There you go. Hey Pyro, welcome in, welcome in. You know, I am real, but I am also an ancient eldritch being, so the question of sanity is always a little bit in question. always slightly questionable. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like, maybe if I do the sketch, I can like then clean it up in A-Sprite again, and we'll then switch back to A-Sprite. Just so I can clean up my lines a little bit. Because that will be once again easier in A-Sprite. Though then again, the color selection in Sai will be simpler, so maybe I should just do it in Sai anyway. Hey Gus, welcome in, welcome in. It's fine, it's fine. For now at least. You're saying hi is close to the hips from yesterday and the more modern ones. I mean, I suppose so, I suppose so. I mean, she's just having a little peek. She's just having a little peek. Hey, I'll have to adjust as we go. But I think this is fairly cute as far as poses go. I'm not sure if I like it completely yet, but I think this will make for a relatively cute frame. Because I do quite like, you know, all the frames where it's just the characters watching you play. And like kind of just like hanging out and having a good time. So I think I'll go for something similar. Let's see. There we go. Something like that. I'm not complaining. I know. But I have to make sure. Oh, you have to fiddle around a little bit unique. Has to match the in-game art as well, after all. I have to make sure everything is similar enough. Wish Jorunna fan was real, but only Jorunna is. Jorunna is definitely real and human. Since Warford was mentioned earlier, everything's planned after I finish Artist and Blockshot Joe. Hey, nice! Looking forward to it, looking forward to it. Actually, speaking of, I guess we can like talk a little bit as well about the Easter art this week. If there's like anything, like I wasn't sure like what kind of art you guys would like for Easter, because there is like, you know, the rather traditional type of bunny art. But I also want to like, you know, open the options in case you guys want like, you know, other types of art as well. Because it will just be like fairly casual. It will be after I finish my bun drawing. Flower crown would be very cute. You know, something like, oh, in a general, you know, flowery setup. With the Super Game Boy, you can watch Joe, but Joe can also watch you, yeah. Joe will always be looking in. Official Joe Drum Bunny Suit Joe. Well, I figured a lot of you guys would want the bunny girl. Though I'm not sure if I know like any good designs though. I might have to improvise a little bit. There we go. And then trying to figure out what I meant with my sketch earlier. Trying to figure out what I meant with the sketch earlier. But you know, I guess I could also go with like one of the designs that like fan artists have used as well in that case, because that would work too, I suppose. Let's see. Might have to adjust the hands on the hip a little bit. There we go, to actually touch the hip. Do you know the really curious pony mascot suits? That might be too embarrassing to draw on stream if you mean like a reverse bunny suit. That's perhaps even bunny suit Joanna. You would make Joanna wear the bunny suit. I see. And you call me the evil empress. How about Johnny suit Boanna? Like a jean suit. Lunch Joe is also on the table. And Outlaw Joe from the UFO 50. Nice. Speaking of UFO 50, I'll still get back to that. Just gotta find a bit of a free spot in the schedule, which I don't have many of right now. Hiya, old, welcome in. As you guys, I'm not sure. Some of you guys may have already seen the schedule I uploaded. This week I'm gonna have 9 streams. Because there's so many streams I've been meaning to do. And there's so little time to do them. So I'm just gonna do all of them in one go. So it's gonna be a full week. It's gonna be a full week. The first was not what I was thinking. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not sure which the cursed one you mean. Do you just mean like a full mascot suit or something? In that case? Because those are pretty cute. Those are pretty cute too. Plenty would probably suggest reverse bunny suit Joanna, but TOS would probably get in the way, I think so. Do I have singing lessons? I do have singing lessons tonight, yes. It's okay, I'll keep track of the timer so we can still have the snack of the week before singing lessons start. Don't you worry. We put a simple, kind of bad table down here. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay. I had to learn the hard and embarrassing way that bunny suit and bunny costume are not interchangeable. They certainly are not. Oh, Kikirumi bunnies, those are cute. Orange York can manipulate the time and fit 9 streams in a 7-day week. Well, it's just gonna have some double streams on the weekend. Because those are the only days I can do that. I am limited on the weekdays, as I do have work then. Wait, stop everything. Wait, Nether Gundam was announced for the new SD Gundam? Give me a link. Wait, really? Finally, Nether Gundam is getting some stuff. Hey, welcome in. Please, show me the links. Finally, Nether Gundam returns. It's been so long. I want merch of the boy. Merch of the greatest Gundam ever created. The greatest to ever do it. I might just not do that. Because I don't like it. Might just not do that part. But is that was it still on a live stream or something? The Windmill Gundam? Yep, that's the one. Hey, sir, now welcome in. There you go. And then make sure the flapper is there. There we go. There's some flapper. A little bit of flapper. It will be there, trust me. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in the flapper's existence. Actually, it might not be seeable from this angle. Okay, Fan just sent you a screen cap. Let me take a look. Yo! Oh, I thought they were making like SD Gundam kits for it. Well, it's still cool that it's included though. Maybe they will make kits for it after. So I should probably make a second attempt at the bunny suit in my first bunny suit sculptures. His name is Nether Gundam because he's from the Nether. Yeah, look at him! There he is! There he is! My boy! Hi, Itai, welcome in. I hope they make Gunpla kits. Please make the Gunpla kits. Wonder if they make Gundam-sized cloaks? Of course they do. What else will you wear? Nerky Gundam modern localization, right? The shooter's called the Nether Gundam. Time to petition Bumko. Not knowing anything about Gundam makes this guy look silly. Oh, don't worry. Even if you know everything about Gundam, the guy still looks pretty silly. You know, ostensibly for camouflage reasons. Cool model you got there? Thank you. Hi, United. Please don't make them P-Bandai exclusives. I hope not. But honestly, any kind of merch for the Nether Gundam, I'd be quite happy. Yeah, sometimes the Gundam is just silly. Maybe I should put him in the corner. Oh. Here we go. I'll put him over here. Here we go. Like down there. Oh, it's the mobile game. That's a bit of a shame. Hey, Mono. Hey. Oh, that reminds me though. The mention of mobile games reminds me of one of the things I meant to talk about earlier. Which is when we were discussing the fact how mobile games are getting quite indistinguishable from regular games. Oh, but before that, welcome in, Waiters. Hello, Waiters. Hope you had a good time. Welcome, Waiters. Welcome. I'm Jorunna. I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games and I do art sometimes. And today I'm doing the art sometimes. Well, welcome in. What is that? That is the Nether Gundam. Unless you mean what I'm drawing. Currently, I'm working on a Super Game Boy border. For those who don't know, if you're playing a Game Boy game on the Super Game Boy on the SNES, you will get a border. Quite famously, maybe most famously, the Pokemon one. That's the one I think most people are familiar with. But yeah, I'm doing some cooking. I'm doing some cooking over here. We're also talking about the Nether Gundam, so maybe for any of the raiders, if you want to, give me your opinion on this image. Okay, I'll put that back in the corner. Throwing the buns at Bunko HQ, they're just gonna bounce right off. But yeah, oh, I guess like, to give some context, I recently put out my own lore video as a Game Boy game, because I drew my own lore video within Game Boy restrictions and requirements, so that it could actually run on a real Game Boy, and I'm selling it on a cartridge. So I figured I would go and also make the Super Game Boy frame for it, because why not? Why not? Is the border stored on the Game Boy cartridge? It is indeed, Burning down the kitchen? Don't burn down the kitchen! Hi there, I'm working on my own game too. Oh, a new guys web game about a cat girl. Nice, that sounds really cute. It's the most Dutch thing I've ever seen. It's pretty Dutch. Oh wait, I just realized it's blocking the chat. I should put it down here. That's right. Thank you. So that's what I'm working on today. I'm basically doing my own little cartridge. And looking at it zoomed out right now, I am gonna take that away. The times I'm Nether Gundam animation. Okay, hold on. I got to see this. Where's my projector? Gonna pull the projector out. 1 second. Okay. Projector. There it is. Okay, let's take a look at the Nether Gundam. Look at him go! Oh, this guy is so goofy. Yes, I love this guy. Exactly the way it should be. Exactly the way it should be. Perfect, perfect. What's my game about? Well, it's very simple on the game side. It has a simple shmup, but because it's primarily my lore video, it's about how I lost my kingdom to the Bone Lord. As well as my origin story and my history. And it also lets you fight skeletons. Let's go. The miracle flight. Is the Joe actually a good cook? Could the Joe make a bunch some chicken noodle soup if they got sick? I could make a chicken noodle soup. That's no problem. Starting to think Japan's a little silly sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. Would I dip the bun in the soup? Maybe I would dip the bun in the soup too, to help them heal up. You know? Now our game story has made it the lowest common motivator. Yeah, it's made it a lot easier. And you know, it allows me to like put my own lore video out. You know, even though I'm kind of inexperienced, you know, I'm more on the art side of making things, but this way I could even do that much. So I'd love to like figure out how to do actually the game parts myself at some point too though. 1 second. Come on. Put my color palette over there real quick. Okay. Okay. So might be time to start putting some colors in. Might be time. Some doggies. Doggies is looking pretty good too in the trailer. I know I put the trailer away just before doggies came in. But right, before I got sidetracked again, I was mentioning how like a lot of mobile games, because like it's kind of crazy how powerful like smartphones have gotten, that they can just, you know, dual release PC and mobile games at the same time and just have them be basically the same game. Still blows my mind sometimes, even though often they will run a bit worse on phone and they might have like make your battery be 5 million degrees, but it still blows my mind that they're often like actually just, yeah, available on both. Like it came back to mind though, because like recently you guys told me that the new game from the Danganronpa people, the Tribe 9, actually did have a dead game in it. And as you know, your local dead game specialist, I am morally obligated to take a look at dead games. So I did take a look at it, and I was like, wait, this is on mobile phone as well. This seems like a crazy game to actually like have available on the mobile phone too, like because it's you do some crazy stuff in there, you know. So I was like a little bit shocked when I was looking to it, and I was like, man, we've come a long way. We've come an awfully long way from like, you know, well, Snake, I guess. Snake used to be on the phone, so I guess we've gone a pretty long way from Snake. Or like, you know, Bounce and stuff. Like Snake was pretty cool, but I used to play Bounce more than anything else. From Angry Birds, yeah. I used to. This is kind of embarrassing, but should I say? So like I used to like be irrationally annoyed whenever I saw Angry Birds adaptations in like the game store for like, you know, full game price. And it's like, how you selling Angry Birds on the Xbox for like $50? What are you doing? And then I'd like start like, you know, my poor mom would have to listen to me like vent about it. Hey Mats, welcome in. Keep you updated with the new Fire Emblem from Danganronpa and Zero Escape, guys who have that game. Nice, thank you. Because then I'd be like, because I... Hey Bunny Hawk One Shop. Because I used to, you know, play a lot of games on like Newgrounds and stuff. So I, you know, I was already familiar with the kind of like, you know, tower destruction genre that Angry Birds was playing into. And I remember being like irrationally annoyed with it, being like, Mom, Angry Birds did not invent it. This was on Newgrounds many years ago, and they weren't selling it for $30 on the Xbox. And now everybody's pretending that Angry Birds was the one that was there first. So I used to have like an irrational vendetta against Angry Birds. Because I was like, they're not, I played these games on Newgrounds many years ago. Even before Newgrounds. I did mean Bounce, the Nokia game. Yeah, I loved Bounce. Angry Birds really went from witch to wags. Yep, Angry Birds kind of... Well, I guess they just like... lost it, I guess. As time passed, now this adult Joe is feeling towards SAO. Yep. Castle Cloud was awesome and way before Angry Birds. You get it, you get it. Like, it was a rip-off of not just one other game, but many other games that were like available to play for free as a kid. And then everybody was like, you know, everybody at school was like, oh my god, have you heard of Angry Birds? I'm like, yeah. Yeah. You should have been playing it on Funny Games. .nl. More than happy to hear to my video game hot takes. I mean, in hindsight, I will admit, I suppose, that Angry Birds probably was a decently good game within its genre. But it was certainly not the first one. Can I launch you from a giant slingshot at the Bone Lord's castle? I suppose so. As long as I can shoot you at there as well. Where you do equivalent exchange. Because you gotta, you know, gotta put it down what you're putting up. I'm boneless, I'll bounce right off. And so will you, technically. Never played Angry Birds in the airplane entertainment on the way to and from Japan. I didn't even realize you could play Angry Birds. You know, speaking of like airplane entertainment, I remember once realizing on a plane like that they had games, and I was like, oh, there's games on my plane, and I was so excited. And I loaded it up, and it was the slowest, laggiest version of Tetris. But that couldn't stem my excitement. I was so excited. But then I realized you needed a second player to play it. And you had to wait for, like, anyone else in the airplane to start playing it. Or, like, try to challenge them in their seats. And guess what? Nobody else was playing Tetris. So I didn't get to play Tetris either. I was so amped up to play. Yeah, it wasn't even single player. You had to like challenge other people in their seats. They were just scared of losing to me. That must be it. To be fair, it didn't look like it was very good. Yeah, that was ranked. They're too uncultured to be playing Tetris with me. Remember days of kids trying to sell iPhones for $1,000 because of Flappy Bird? Oh, that wasn't just kids, it was adults doing it. Gamer Tetris was too good for us. Yeah, Gaming Tetris is very peaked. Loser gets ejected from the plane. Yeah, games on the plane. Less exciting. Sequel to Snakes on the plane. Yeah, my aura was just too powerful, so they didn't want to fight me. They were afraid of my terrible, terrible powers. Because I would have thoroughly trounced them at Tetris. Like, because I will say this. I can beat people who are bad at Tetris. By which I mean, if you are... Or I can beat people who are bad to average at Tetris. I can beat a regular person at Tetris. If you don't know how to T-spin, I can probably beat you at Tetris. This is how my inversion to multiplayer games started. No, I never really liked multiplayer games much to start with, but... it certainly didn't help. Like the one with Yuki and Kaiba on the roof against the twins. Yeah, a shadow game. I would have challenged somebody to a shadow game of Tetris. Watch me. I would have done it. Me like Tetris Attack, Pen on the Pawn. I love Tetris Attack. Pen on the Pawn is so much fun. Like, Pen on the Pawn is like the one thing I can handle. Like, I feel like whenever there's like competitions in Japan, it's often like Puyo Puyo. And I'm not good at Puyo Puyo. It's like Puyo Puyo or Street Fighter. And I'm not very good at Street Fighter either. But, Pen on the Pawn, I can obliterate people. Can beat me at Tetris, have more than 1,000 hours of my lifetime? Well, in that case, you're probably better. Like, I won't deny that. 1,000 hours, I can't compete. Puyo Tetris. I'm not good at Puyo. I pick Tetris every time. Every time, because I am not good at the Tetrises otherwise. of Battle the Palm, why has Nintendo brought it back? I wonder. I mean the fairy ghost, yeah. I mean, I like Pokemon like Battle on the Pond too, but I think the fairy ghosts, they're cuter. So people also sang the PS Sports with Silent Type PT. I remember that. Yeah, I guess attaching IP to it was a bad idea. I mean, if they wanted to like put another Pokemon Puzzle League out, I certainly wouldn't complain either. But they're not doing anything with that either. You know, like So who has played Pokemon Rose? And important distinction, did you play Rose on the DS or the terrible version that came after? Alice, thank you for the wait. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Alice. I'm Jorunna. I'm a Sea Bunny, play retro games art sometimes, and today is art sometimes. I'm doing a frame for the Super Nintendo. I was into Tracer and DS. Okay, good choice. I always wanted to play Trozei / Link, but never got it. Well, here's the thing with Trozei. It was actually kind of solid. You can beat them with the secret technique, the pipe bomb. You know, that does work. Where is this? Who are you? I assume you just got raided in. I'm Jorunna. I'm a Sea Bunny. Play retro games art sometimes. Talking about Pokemon Trozei. So, I will actually say, Pokemon Trozei for the DS. Solid little puzzle game. Would actually recommend it. Pokemon Trozei on literally anything else. Absolutely terrible. Throw it in the garbage. Ruined the legacy of Pokemon Trozei. They play Pokemon Shuffle, does that count? It does not, that's where they started ruining it. I mean, Pokemon Shuffle was okay. But if you're wondering why it's so much worse, it's because that's when they started adding the microtransactions and the time gating and the limited moves and stuff. Whereas Trozei was like a fun, strategic kind of game. And then they ruined it forever. Because, you know, it was the closest thing Pokemon had to, you know, a Candy Crush. And they decided to make it their Candy Crush. And in doing so, they will never be forgiven. Have you watched the people playing Tetris the Grandmaster? I have seen people playing Tetris the Grandmaster before. It's insane how good people are at it. It's Shuffle with a passion, literally cannot beat the stages without using the items and Guiding Coins. Exactly. Like, it's just so much significantly worse. And it's just saddening. I would actually like to play Tetris the Grandmaster at some point. Kind of curious in that one. But yeah, no, like it's a shame because like Trozei was actually pretty okay. Like among the Pokemon spin-offs, Trozei was pretty good. Everything that came after, terrible. Shuffle, terrible. Spitting on its legacy. Only good thing it did was, I guess, like add some new portraits or something. Yeah, Trozei was solid. Need an unhinged Tetris game like Breakout you played? Yeah. What would be the most closest equivalent of like Tetris to like that one Breakout that's just like completely off its rocker? I mean, would it be Grandmaster? I feel like I guess there's Tetris Effect, but that one isn't unhinged enough, I feel. I feel like that one isn't unhinged enough to like truly qualify. Hey Justin, welcome in. I'm just slowly working away on the arts. And hey local, welcome in. Like if I'm thinking of like Pokemon spin-offs though, like Trozei wasn't my favorite of all, but my favorite of the spin-offs is actually kind of controversial because I think most people will like universally say like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. And Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is pretty good. I will admit this. But personal favorites, and maybe it's not objectively as good as Mystery Dungeon, but my personal favorite is actually Ranger. And that's just because I really like the story in Ranger. I like being able... Like, I always really liked, you know, the secondary, you know, classes in Pokemon. And I always wanted, like, games where you can play as, like, somebody who isn't doing the Pokemon Gym League challenge. Yeah, Ranger was solid, exactly. Oh, the GameCube, yeah! DX is really good as... XD, I think you mean. But XD is very good as well. Guild of Darkness. Ranger 1 and 2 are amazing, exactly. Imagine a Tetris RPG. I mean, I could imagine it, because there's a Taiko no Tetsujin RPG, and you could probably do a similar setup. They did it for Twose, they kind of did the same with Wumble for Wumble World. Yeah, original Wumble is actually kind of fun, and then they ruined it. Again! They can't keep getting away with it. They keep adding microtransactions to perfectly good games and time gating everything. Now, when I played 3, it was fun. I like all of the Ranger games, personally. I always was very derivative as well, but it's fun when it is. That's fair, that's fair. I never played that one, though. Guild of Darkness was good, too. Yeah, Guild of Darkness was fun. I liked Colosseum as well, though. We need Pokemon move procedure. Well, that everybody does. Fortunately, microtransactions are free money. The only time I've accepted microtransactions was for the Pokemon Picross game, and that's because it was a one-time, and then you had the whole game. Yeah, I liked Colosseum. I actually played Colosseum on stream one time. The VODs of that are still around if anybody is curious. But like, I love Colosseum. I think Colosseum is pretty decent. It's pretty good. But I suppose, like, I get where people often come from with Mystery Dungeon. But like I said, like, I always, like, really wish we got more games that are, you know, people in the universe that are not doing the gym challenge. Like, I actually have, controversial take, a fondness for the first Detective Pikachu game. Not the second, that one's really bad. But the first, it's definitely a game for babies. Oh my god, it's a baby game. It's a really easy game. It's like, you know, baby's first detective novel. But I like the set pieces. I think the way they set up the universe is fun. Mira B wants to know your location. I only ever played the Colosseum. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, to be fair, like, Black and White 2 I put off for a long time as well, just because it wasn't like the right moment. I was really busy at the time, so I didn't get around to it. Yeah, Picross and Wumble World was kind. You paid the Micross to a certain amount, and then it gave you unimagined, like, basically unlimited power. So that was like, that was okay-ish, but I didn't fight with Mystery Dungeon as much as I did Ranger. Like, I still liked Mystery Dungeon, and I will also say Mystery Dungeon definitely has like some really solid gameplay in it. Which is why I understand, like, especially people who go for the gameplay over all else. Like, I understand why Mystery Dungeon is often considered the best of the spin-offs. But man, Ranger is just fun. Like, I just liked seeing what you do as a Pokemon Ranger, especially because it's based on a class that you can find in the real games. Like, I mean, I guess the mainline games. And gives you like a little bit more insight on that, which is fun too. Still say the amount was a bit much for the game itself, at least it didn't suck you dry. I think for Pokemon Wumble, absolutely. I think for Picross, it was like 15 bucks for like probably the best Picross game on the entire system, so I was willing to give that. Back from lunch, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. I hope your lunch was yummy. Hope your lunch was yummy. So like, I suppose like with Picross I didn't mind it as much. I actually did think it was way too much for Wumble. You met Detective Pikachu's VA? Very nice. Oh, Pokemon Conquest is a really good one as well. That's a good point, because Pokemon Conquest is a shame though. It's like, it's honestly shocking like how much game you get out of Pokemon Conquest for like a single game. Like, you get so much game out of Pokemon Conquest, like all things considered. Because like, once you finish the first like part of the story, like you still have like 100 hours of game left. Which they released in the EU, didn't they? Must have imported it at the time. Awesome sauce, thank you Telfer. Sneak Submission of Joy is actually 3 cats in the trench coat. Yeah, and so the Twilight Princess pick was very fantastic. Yeah, and so the Twilight Princess one you could get from the e-store with enough points, right? So that one was basically free. Because I just had those points lying around anyway. So that one was quite nice. That one was very good too. basically both very good experience. They made the Sengoku Oshi songs I'm biased? Maybe. Maybe. What if there's a Pokemon stay-at-home mother? You play the main character's mother, waiting for fall clothes, cooking and managing your kids' money? I mean, honestly, I would play that. Like, you're talking to the one person who liked, Pokemon Channel. And Pokemon Stay-at-Home Mom just sounds like one step away from Pokemon Channel with extra gameplay. That one's from my Nintendo, yeah, well worth a small grind. Like, Hey You Pikachu, actually I haven't played Hey You Pikachu, because it didn't release in Europe. I'd love to play it one day, but that's actually one of the ones I never got around to playing. I love Pokemon Channel, yeah, no, like, unironically, I liked Pokemon Channel, like, a lot. When I was younger. I would do my daily check-ins and, like, my daily looks at you know, the new stuff, and I played it for months. Just, like, a few minutes a day. Think that'd just be like Stardew Valley? Well, honestly, and I've said this before, but, like, a Pokemon like farming thing would not be a bad idea, because I'd always wanted to have like Mareep, but they would have to make it so that it actually manages to stand itself apart from Stardew Valley somehow though, because if it's just like a Stardew rehash, it's not gonna work out. I mean, like a Harvest Moon definitely worked. Power World? It's not my kind of thing. I never cared for like, what is the other thing it whips up? Arc? Either, so I like, a lot of people always talk about like big Pokemon open world multiplayer game, but that's not actually what I want. I like my single player experiences as isolated as possible, and if there's multiplayer functions, that's fine, but I want them to be able to stand alone. And I think I played it so much, I got like every plush on TV and all. Yep, me too, I got the whole set. But like Harvest Moon with Miltank and Towers, but then you'd also have to battle to protect the farm. That could work. Because like I always figured that like my ultimate Pokemon fantasy is just to own a bunch of Mareep and like lie in a field with the Mareep. Have I played any survival games? It's not really my genre usually. Maybe one day I will for stream, but survival games tend to not interest me that much, so not really. There's a Pokemon MMO for PC. Oh, you mean like the one that's like the fan-made one where you can go to all the regions and stuff? I think I know the one that is. That one's fine because it is also still a single player experience, unless you want to battle people. What if my Reap Tomato heritage you? Well, that would be a problem. There's a Pokemon Breath of the Year called Minecraft's Impact. That's my nightmare game. I wouldn't want to play that personally. Gonna play survival horror. True. Monkey Paw, you get it, but they only have Wooloo? Well, I like Wooloo too, though. I would be sad if there were no Mareep, but I don't hate Wooloo or anything, I do like Wooloo. Hey all day, hi Bluey. Pokemon farming and fishy, extending ketchup, bad Gyarados, and now the town is destroyed. Didn't think I would like survival crafting games, but then I shot 4,000 hours in 7 days to die. Fair enough. Unfortunately, my personal experience is that I can't really get into crafting games very well. Like I've attempted things, and like even Minecraft and stuff, like I can't get into unless like my friends drag me along. And then the second my friends stop playing, I lose interest as well, because I'm only really playing because it's fun to play with them, in that case. I played it was Fire Red converted to an MMO. Ah, I see. Maybe I played another one. Hey Contra, I just finished the pre-ending of Pokemon Legends Arceus. Are you ready for maybe the hardest ending in any Pokemon game? The hardest post-game? Of all of them. What kind of tablet do I use? I have a screen one these days. I used to actually use like a digitizer for like several decades, but the screen one I got like one last year. Don't really enjoy the survival games either. I mean, they're fun, and I, don't, respect to like everybody who does like them, but they're not really my thing usually. So knockers of dot hack and flash games so far, but make the sheep war and it's okay. Yeah. That's fine. As long as the sheep is cute. I'm still a Mareep OG and Mareep will always win, but Wooloo is pretty cute though. It's a pretty peak design. Just beat Volo and hunt the genie Pokemons. Oh, you already beat Volo. Well, in that case, you already finished the hardest post-game. Thank you kindly. Took me a while, but now I know how to parry the opponents. You did it, you did it. You'll get another chance to try if you play Fallout 4, I suppose so. Like New Vegas is like that as well, right? I found Minecraft fun as a single player game where you have to beat the Ender Dragon and kind of does his charm. Fair, fair. Anyone remember Pokemon Dash? I do. And I'll say my hot take. I actually liked it when it came out. In hindsight, it's basically a tech demo. But it was launched on release day, and for a release day game, when there was like nothing much else to compare it to yet, Pokemon Dash was okay. In hindsight, probably not, but on release, I had enough fun with it. Hey, Squall. Once we must stick a bunch of cotton to ourselves. Do it! Do it! Do I hate bones? Well, you see, I don't want to scare you, but there's a skeleton inside of you and it ain't gonna be pretty when it hatches. So let me take it out before it's too late. Dash's endgame even harder than the Battle Mountain Colosseum? I would say so. I would say so. I got a Manaphy and Fion. Nice, nice. Well, coincidence indeed. Why must we? Well, I figured teams probably had good reasons for it. Not as much as the first 2 cups or something, then got unfair with the obstacles you couldn't see. Ah, skill issue. I cleared every cup. I played all of them, and you know the cool thing that I actually liked about Dash is that you could get custom maps based on the Pokemon that you had in your team on the Game Boy. If you put like your Game Boy Advance cartridge into the DS, you could get the custom maps. And that was the coolest part of it, if you ask me, because, well, that was really cool. Oh, it's to be my favorite sheep. I knew you were onto something. And like honestly, those maps I had a good amount of play time out of it. I would keep switching my team around so I could get more custom maps. But you beat with only Cresselia? Oh, but you followed the guide. I see, I see. And to 100% and so I struggled through the rest of them. Oh, skill issue. I'm sorry. I'm being a poisonous gamer right now. I did finish like all of the Dash maps, but I also no-lifed it for a bit because I didn't have many other DS games. Hurry on, I'm sorry, I'll stop being poisonous. Well, I can't stop being poisonous, but I'll stop being toxic. Now the silly fact about the Colosseum, so one trainer has 3 Reggie and the Pokemon required to unlock them as a team. I mean, honestly, clever. Poisonous sea creature. Vegas is pretty standard unless you play in survival mode. Oh, I see, I see. I see. Wait, what was the other thing I was gonna mention earlier? I forgot. Probably something related to Pokemon. We love Toxic Woman. I know you do. I know you do, but... Let's see. Where I want to go about this. I'm trying to remember what I was talking about though. We mentioned Dash, Colosseum. Was I gonna say something that wasn't Pokemon related? I was like putting a pin into something, but then I forgot all about it, unfortunately. Oh, right, no. It was Pokemon Arceus. Because one of you asked if it was like the hardest Pokemon late game, and that's because Volo has basically Cynthia's team plus Giratina. So like, and Giratina has 2 phases, so he essentially has 8 Pokemon, of which 2 of them are legendary. So imagine if you're battling Cynthia at a higher level with 2 legendaries and there's no healing in between them. And that makes Legends officially the hardest final boss fight. That's what I was gonna say. And with Switch 2 we'll get a DS Online service. The mouse control will make it perfect for Ranger Dash. I really hope that Ranger might actually make a comeback now that we have, you know, mouse controls, because it would finally be the time for it. I kind of all but gave up on like Ranger coming back because, you know, the loss of the DS and stuff, but yeah, Legend Final Battle, it's stressful, like, you know, I think like one of the things, like, say what you want about Legends, but like it is actually, I think, the most challenging of like the Pokemon games in recent years. And like one of the things it does quite well is remain relatively challenging all the way through. Like you never feel like you're completely safe flat, even in the late game. And like even lower level Pokemon can still be a threat and knock you out if you're not careful. So, you're a bunny? I am a bunny. Is there any game that would make me purchase a Switch still? Good question, good question. I mean, I'll probably wind up purchasing it just as like more stuff gets released for it at some point. Any game that would make me specifically purchase it? That's a good question. Where are the eggs or else? Oh, hippity hoppity, your eggs are my property, so where are your eggs, huh? Where are your eggs? Inside the world of Vtuber, I see the price of the games. That's fair, that's fair. Like, I think... what would be a game that would, like, make me instant buy it, though? Honestly, like, a lot of the big franchises wouldn't make me, like, jump on it. Because, like, I, for example, didn't really like the more recent Zeldas that much. Because, like, the open world style of them doesn't really appeal to me much. So, like, you know, the new Zelda isn't gonna do it for me. Bloodborne would have tempted me, but I never played an extraction game. Fair. Want us to lay eggs? Yeah, get on it. Please don't jump on Switch 2. I'm not jumping on it. I'm gonna wait for, like, you know, either price drop. Yeah, probably that. Like, unless I decide that, like, it turns out that the GameCube emulation on it is really high quality. Like, better quality than I can do streaming-wise from my own GameCube. In which case, maybe I'll consider it for the sake of streaming quality. So that you guys, you know, get higher quality footage. But that might be the main thing that might get me to switch over. Pun not intended. It would mostly be the quality of the gameplay. Despite being clearly not Bloodborne 2. What if there's no slugs, huh? Exactly. My first impression of taking Cleaver down was, wait, I'm playing Pokemon, not Dark Souls, right? Honestly, that made us, like, when I got pretty excited. Because I, like, especially the boss fight with Arcanine, I remember was like, oh, hold on. I actually have to try to be on my toes in a Pokemon game. It's been years since I had to do that. You know? Been certainly a very, very long time. For me, it would probably be a new Xenoblade. That's fair. If Silksong and Switch 2, I'm gonna sell my Morning Soul. I mean, didn't they announce it in the trailer? Did you miss the news? Like, it's gonna be there. Wasn't it in the Nintendo Direct? Do I have backward compatibility with the Virtual Boy games? It will be called the Super Virtual Boy mode. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat because the Virtual Boy is one of those where I haven't played a lot of the stuff that's like released on it, so that might be interesting to take a look at. This is like a very niche thing, but does anybody remember trying to play international games on the Wii and it would give you the glitch that made everything look like a Virtual Boy, aka everything was shades of red? Just one more on the list of games. Yep, December it is, there you go. I'm glad I could help you find out. I'm sure it will be on Steam too. Oh, James, thank you for the follow on both sides. Thank you, thank you. Did not know that was a thing. Yeah, so, that's because, you know, the GameCube, as some of you might be aware, had a pretty reliable freeloader that allowed you to, like, play games internationally. And I, like many before me, used it. So when the Wii came out, I also got the freeloader, except the Wii was online. And they patched the freeloader within like weeks. Which meant that trying to like play the international games just made everything look like a Virtual Boy. There are ways around it, but yeah. At this point, Silksong could release and would still not believe it's coming out. I'm pretty sure it's coming. But on Virtual Boy pairs in real life. Don't believe me, there's no way Nintendo will bring back the Virtual Boy. I believe everything buns tell me. Without argument, because I don't look up news. So if you guys give me news, I will believe you. Like you guys are my #1 source of video game news. You can't go lying to me about it, because I trust you guys. Honestly, if they were putting out like a Virtual Boy like thing, I would probably like enjoy it. I want the gaming news. How will I know a new Mega Man is coming if you guys don't tell me? You don't believe me when I call you cute? Well, that's a lie though. Hey lady, the moon is made of cheese. Well, that's true. Minecraft 2 just got announced. Ah, yeah, let's go. Hollow Knight 2 is coming out before Silk Song. Now I feel you. Are you guys spreading lies? New Mega Man coming out today. Are you guys spreading lies? Just when I told you guys I believe in you. The Bonut is releasing a game about his lores and how he took over Kingdom. Well, at least he's sticking to the facts. It's gonna be a matching game, I see. Hey, Peek. Hey, Black Yovi. Hey. Sounds like journalists might need to investigate. I'll ask Jorunna to get on the case. I'll see what she can do. Us lie? Never. You guys doing a little bit of lying over there? Because I think you guys might be doing a little bit of lying. The moon is made of cheese. Well, and Gromit went there. It's true. I saw it myself with my own eyes. It's true. I was there. And once is the day I was longest waiter. Someone really do that? Go on the internet and lie? Surely you guys wouldn't do that. Go on the internet and lie. All the Soul games are about slugs, and they are however many years you consider retro today somehow, and all of them. I see. Mario Sunshine could be a thing. Oh, actually, you guys asked me which game would make me buy a Switch. If they actually did make a Mario Sunshine 2, that would actually make me buy the Switch too. Because Mario Sunshine is like one of my, my comfy games. Like one of those games I go back to if I want to like chill and relax. And I always was kind of sad that there was like never one that was like in that similar kind of vibe and like, summery atmosphere ever since. So I guess that would make me buy a Switch if they actually did make a new Sunshine. It's a shame because I know you're lying to me. Nintendo will never be that cool because the Switch did poorly. The Sunshine did poorly compared to like Galaxy and stuff. So that meant they changed, directions. Now we're 200 blue coins. And I'll even get all of them. Could it really recreate the Cozy 2000s vibes? That's a real question. Bone Snatcher 2 on Switch 2. Well, if Bone Snatcher released on the Switch, I guess I would have to buy one. I guess if the ancient Bone Snatcher team got together to release one for the Switch, I would have to get it. I suppose that's fair. Nintendo will feel my sunshine. Please, Nintendo gives Galaxy 3. I would even enjoy Galaxy, I guess, but I liked Sunshine better at the time. I know Galaxy might be the objectively better game, but Sunshine had like the vibes. Yeah, exactly, Vanabari, you get me. Like Sunshine and Sonic Adventure were like my comfort games. Same for me, exactly. Let's wait for a bit, what did I miss? We're talking about Sunshine. Miss me being cute? Nah, I'm never cute on stream. So that can't be me. Mr. Switch 2 talk, yeah, and the piñata dances. I guess that's my answer. If they release a new Sunshine, I guess I would be forced to get myself a Switch 2. But I think the more boring answer is that, like, if it turns out that the GameCube emulation on the Switch is better, significantly better than just streaming from my GameCube. Because the games that are in the collection are technically mostly games I already have. But if it turns out the quality is so much better that would make for a better stream, then maybe I will consider it too. Joe is always cute on series and not cute on stream. That's right. I'm also a terrible liar. No. Actually, it was easier, so I might have played it more since I could not do the flood missions. The floodless missions were pretty tough. That is fair, that is fair. The flood missions were pretty hard. Like, I don't blame you for not finishing some of those. To be fair, like, I got stuck on like a bunch of those like back in the day as well. They didn't make them easy. They didn't make them easy. Come on. Go about it this way, I think. When's the last time he went on a vacation? Exactly. Well, wait, isn't he on vacation in Odyssey? Like, he has like the whole like travel map stuff. Wasn't he on vacation in Odyssey? Rapidly oscillate between cute and cringe. Well, I'm some of those things sometimes, I suppose. I can't even fully deny the cringe allegations. But, you know, not the other one. Not the other one. The one with the dead Rubik's Cubes in the casino, yeah. The one in the casino, god, that one was tough. That one was really tough. Sunshine Legit was like most challenging of the collectible Marios, but it was more fun for it, exactly. Luigi's Vacation started like Luigi Mansion games. Hey, the thing is, Luigi might have to go through it in those, but he also gets a free house out of it by the end of it. And in this economy, I think that's worth a little bit of haunted house exploring. You know? I'm just saying, by the end of it, when all things are said and done, I would take the free house. He makes bank with it. Like, Luigi is like one of the richest people out there. How many Luigi's Mansion games are there? 3, if you're not counting the remakes. Because there's a remake of the second one. But if you're not counting that, I think there's 3 of them. Trouble remodeling costs are too high. Well, you know, I think he still gets out of it though. I oscillate between cat and bun and slug, yeah? And just go here to mention 3 Hotel Luigi. That is basically a hotel, yeah. I'm playing through Odyssey and enjoying it. It is a very, like, fun game in terms of, like, you know, feel. Luigi has 3 mansions. Luigi has 3 mansions, and they're like 2 mansions in a hotel. And a very luxury hotel. Actually, yes, yeah. Well, actually, the second game is a bit tricky because there's multiple mansions. But you know, that's a different story. It's like how in the EU version they force you to get the hidden mansion if you want the best ending. Yep. They should make a Luigi and Mario mansion where Mario tags along and then it annoys them. Oh my god. I'm not sure. Wait, what's this? See a video with Joe exposed as cute and real, not clickbait, gone nudie branch. What is this? But no, you know, the Mario and Luigi game, I've got a pitch for you guys. Imagine this. It might need some, you know, some fine tuning. But imagine this. Wario, Luigi, competitive co-op, but with a single player mode, where Luigi gets the mansion and fixes it up, and Wario steals his stuff. You're both trying to take out the ghosts, but also Wario is trying to pocket as much as possible from Luigi's mansion. Because, you know, and then at the end of each stage, there's the Wario timer. Actually, that's how it works. Nintendo, steal my idea. At the end of like each stage, you know how in like the Wario games you like have like to run through the stage and you have to get back as quickly as possible. You have that, except Luigi is trying to stop Wario from stealing all the treasure, and Luigi has to activate various ghost traps to make sure Wario doesn't escape the mansion. Yeah, there's the Wario Luigi co-op game. Luigi's life is just suffering, and you can choose to play as, and in single player you can choose to play as Luigi or Wario. You've got the sponsored by Rachel Legend? No, never! That's not me. Only 4 swords when you're still cooperative enough to get through it until the game starts to pair, and then it's just backstabbing blind and everybody starts killing. Hey, Auto Violent, hey. And you see how rich and improvised the 2 players are? Yeah, exactly. When everything falls out of the pockets. Why is the one putting ghosts in so I can distract Luigi, allowing him to steal more stuff? It's an endless ghost cycle. Hey, it does, there you go. Hey. Like, honestly, we're onto something here. But you know, the ghosts, they have to have like a way to like kind of backfire as well. So that like, you know, it's like the risk and reward. Wario World, the one for the GameCube, right? I never played that one. I've been meaning to play it at some point because it does look kind of interesting. But that one is actually still unfamiliar to me as of the present. But it does look kind of neat. It does look kind of neat. So I'd like to play it one day. It's incredibly wacky and weird, but tons of fun as well. The Game Boy Color Only version of Link's Awakening with the bonus content on the Color Only, yeah! Like, it's a shame that, like, I know they, like, put out, like, some of them. Like, did they add some of the bonus contents? Is it, like, on this, like, the eShop version? But I'm not sure. Hey, Ghost, hey. Reminds me of Luigi Can Be the Witcher, since Mario has that entire cast that Wario tried to steal at one time, and a mecha shaped like him. Yeah, but Luigi has that, but it's 2 castles. And probably a mecha somewhere too. You know, you forget that Luigi has 2 castles and a hotel. Which still makes him richer. And he also has a lot of gold that he found inside of it. It also has the Game Boy GBA link connectivity with the Wario Maker games. That would be the best game. That would be the best. The JP version apparently added the second phase to the final boss. Oh, I see. Mr. L has a mecha and Paper Mario. There you go. So Luigi gets a mech too. Mario probably has his own galaxy by now. He's not the ruler of the galaxy though. He's just a humble plumber who's just doing all the dirty work. But this guy's not ruling over anything. He's just out here plumbing. He's not a ruling type. He's just a plumbing type, you know. The Lord of Nothing. Landlord Luigi's lucrative hunting. Yeah, he could rule it if he wants to. Nah, he'd never. He always, you know, he gives it back to the ladies. He rescues at the end of it. I guess maybe he could, but then he'd be at war with Princess Peach. And maybe Daisy too. Who's stronger, Katamari's dad or Rosalina? Probably Katamari's dad. Probably the dad. Mario Maker, that's what Nintendo probably Maker should be next. Honestly, Mario Maker was fun. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring it back again. Maybe with some more options, just because it sold really well both times. Like, even stuck on the Wii U, like, Mario Maker did really well for being a Wii U game on the first one. 1 second, I have to cough. There we go. Yeah, because like even on the Wii U, like I know a lot of people bought the Wii U specifically for Mario Maker. Like either Mario Maker or Splatoon, which were the 2 big Wii U games. So it wouldn't surprise me if they put out another Mario Maker on like the Switch too. Which might convince me to get one, because I did like the Mario Maker. You know, kind of creativity. Yeah, Mario just collects coins, living his best head empty life. Luigi is spending it on therapy. Next Mario 64 Maker. I mean, honestly, people would love a 3D Mario Maker. I think it's just like... It would be more complex, but I think... They should do like... I know there's like an unofficial Mega Man Maker. They should do an official one. Like, Capcom needs to get in on that. And like on the Zelda side, it surprised me that they haven't done like a proper Zelda Maker yet. Like they... Before anybody says it, I know. There was a Zelda Maker in the 1DS Zelda game, but you had to have that one Zelda game. You could only exchange levels via like Street Pass or something stupid. So before you tell me, that one doesn't count. Metroid Maker, Castlevania Maker, Zelda Maker, Phoenix Wright Maker. Phoenix Wright Maker would be a bit complex. At that point, you just make a new visual novel maker. Let's not forget Mario has a PhD, yeah. I mean, he does have several small businesses. That's true, that's true. I guess his assets, they're not liquid, they're invested. Yeah, well, welcome in. Will probably be way more difficult to make efficiently. Like, I'm surprised I don't put like more of the 2D ones. But honestly, considering, yeah, Link's Awakening remake had some kind of level maker that also didn't work very well. Yeah, it's like it shocks me that they haven't done like a proper Zelda level maker that isn't just like attached to like, you know, random quad inside of the game. Instead, you know, like I feel like they could, like, especially because they have the point of concept there. They made the Zelda makers. They just didn't release them as a separate game, and made it impossible to share your levels. Did you know that Zelda maker? I already covered this. Technically, wasn't Mega Man Maker among the cancelled characters? Ah man, that's a shame. I mean, maybe if like Mario makes another maker, maybe Capcom will feel brave enough to ride the hype one more time. Because I'm sure they like worried that they like missed their shot on it or something. But if maybe Nintendo does it again. Pokemon Maker, Pokemon Fusion. I mean, Pokemon Maker would be cool, but it would be a lot more complex, so I'd still love to see it. We need a Joe Maker so I could finally live my dream of watching a stream entirely of flappers. I have considered making you guys a dress-up game one day. It will need like a lot more planning because obviously there'd be like, you know, a lot of art involved, but I have actually considered making you guys a dress-up game. Nice starring, thank you, Da Funky. Good morning. There's a fighter making on PlayStation 2. Oh, a Street Fighter maker, Smash Bros maker. I mean, to be fair, if you're talking Smash Bros maker, like the level editors have existed for a long time. You know, you can, you know, talk about the quality of them, but you know, Smash has had level editors for a while now. Surprised they didn't make a Zelda maker. Same in Mario had its different hacks going around. The thing is, they did make a Zelda maker. It was stuck to one of the 3DS Zelda games, and they basically made it impossible to share the levels. How about a Worms clone? Oh, that would be cool. I have been wanting to play Worms on stream at some point. Bun Civil War Simulator with goofy hats and accessories. I'd have to look into like how many sprites Worms take. Like how many sprites? Somebody get the Worms sprite sheet. How many sprites would I have to redraw to like make a complete graphic replacement set for Buns? Hey, new controller, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, that doesn't count. It wasn't as good. Exactly. Want to make a game where it's A Generation 1. The only way you're gonna get that, I think, is playing the online ones, because I don't think they're ever gonna do it. Like, I don't think that's the one thing I don't think will ever happen. Worms is such an unused collab game. I've actually suggested it to friends before, but because it's like kind of a big group game, it's one of those things where it's hard to get the whole group together, you know? But maybe one day you guys might see a Worms collab. There's Game Boy Worms. Oh, is there a Game Boy Worms? I'm not surprised. Worms used to be very, very big back in the day, so... used to be very, very big back in the day. Just noticed that my Boy the Nether Gundam is a song. Yep, your Boy the Nether Gundam got announced today for SD Gundam. Unfortunately for one of the gachas, but you know, it's still more than Nether Gundam has been getting for a long time. So I'll take it. I'll take it. You know, beggars can be choosers and all that. Worms was on everything, yeah. And I used to play like a decent amount of Worms. Mostly by myself. But I still used to play a decent amount of Worms back in the day. You know, just because it was fun. You know, that's where I learned never to trust sheep. I was not good at it because I was playing by myself, so I never had to learn to get good. I used to play Worms on the SNES in elementary. Nice. I never learned how to do like the proper, you know, grapple hooking and stuff, slingshotting. Playing the gacha right now, that's sure you haven't counted that scene while playing it was unreal. Oh, I'm really enjoying the Woodstreet Forms Let's Play. Yeah, me too. God, that brings me back. That was a long time ago, but yeah, those were amusing. I hope that if I ever do get to play it on stream, it will, you know, have that kind of vibe. Just like fun chaos. Worms spawned a lot of clones too. I mean, to be fair, like that kind of like general stuff like was not invented by worms, but worms definitely made it big and kind of perfected it. Oh man, good times. Everyone always used to do the goofy rope tricks. Yeah, that's the one thing I was never good at though. Maybe I should like teach myself how to do goofy rope tricks beforehand. Worms isn't really original. Yeah, there were a lot of artillery games, mostly featuring tanks. But that's true, you could often not move around. There were some tank-based games that did allow you to move, but that's also a good point. Worms like added like a lot of unique movement features that were not very common in the pre-worm era. The pre-worm era. Back when we did not know. I'm sorry, I'm being goofy. Here we go. This was very much a game that was enhanced by a great aesthetic. Absolutely, absolutely. And it just had like a good, you know, pacing to it. Failing them is funnier, so you just gotta go. Fair. Worms collected all the arsenal of weird and fun weapons. I'm definitely gonna see like how hard it would be to like do a graphical mod on Worms though, because now you guys got me thinking about it. I wonder, you know, both for like maybe general shenanigans or as well as like potential, you know, other shenanigans. That sounds like it could actually be kind of fun, so I may just be looking into that at some point. The pre-Wormian era, yeah, Google Scorched Earth PC game. Scorched Earth? What kind of PC game is Scorched Earth? The old Worms game I have lets you load any pictures left to play on. Yeah, but can you change your worms? How hard is it to change all the worm sprites? Is what I'm thinking. Because there is potential here. There is potential. Artillery games are one of the earliest game genres, but Worms was a major game changer, yeah. Might be hard. I don't think I've ever seen a single modded worm game, really? But it's one of those older games. I figured that'd be one of those games where people have figured out how to like modify it at this point. Sound packs and custom hats have been done. I mean, is it... Maybe people just don't care about replacing the worm sprites. The sprite add-ons are pretty customizable. You can probably just edit PNGs. That's what I'm thinking. I'm just wondering, like, maybe I just need to be the first in that case. Because I'm just thinking, because like if I could replace the worms with buns, that would be kind of fun. And I'd like, you know, make sure that you guys can download it as well if you want to. This probably has to be done. Or then again, there was like a certain game I wanted to do like a bunch of edits for, and then I googled a bunch, and basically I could not figure out anything about it. Like, it seemed like nobody had done like any sprite adjustments for it, which was a shame. So I guess some games don't necessarily, but it's in the menu with Worm Armageddon. Nice, nice. Yay, Pixels! Hiya, Mr. Tatayo. Hiya, hey. Bum with a constant smile while it holds the rocket launcher. Exactly. The first one or two games for the PC had VGA with use of very small sprites. That's okay, that's okay. This makes it easier to edit. If I don't have to worry about the resolution too highly. It's just a lot of work given us a lot of tiny sprite changes for every weapon, like them equipping the banana for the dragon punch. Ah, that's fair, because it's all the custom sprite animations. So I could probably like reuse like certain bits and pieces between them. Fair, fair. Okay, but I'll be thinking. I'll be thinking about it, and maybe one day, when you least expect it, I will drop the big worm spun mod pack. But a game like Chow Garden would be hard to make. I think that was like some kind of like Kickstarter for one recently. I feel like suddenly we've hit an era where a lot of people are making Chow Garden-esque games. So I suppose it's not too impossible, because there's certainly a bunch of them coming out. The bun just forms a warm heart to do the dragon punch, yeah? Good morning, hiya, how you doing? Welcome in. And hiya, Jesse. But yeah, I guess it's like just a situation like with Fallout, where there's just like so many individual sprites and animations that it's a bit of a pain to do like a full custom thing for it. Still bun mod colony drop, yeah. I'm gonna drop it like a colony. When you least expect it, it'll be falling down. You'll never see it coming. Precisely. The problem with Chow clones that you lose the... Yeah, that's the one thing. Because like one thing that keeps Chow Garden interesting is not just the Chow, it's the, you know, the game around it. And you know, the variation of playing levels to get the items you want. And the main issue, it's a good thing you bring that up actually, because one thing I've seen most clones do is like just make you get the currency and items purely to things like racing and karate. And like racing and karate are pretty fun, but they get a bit monotonous. So if that's the entire currency system of your Chow Garden clone, it will become a little bit dull over time. Please, I don't have friends in Australia. Please don't have friends in Australia. It's okay. I'll tell them where I drop it so they can evacuate beforehand. The stream has operated 0 days without colony drops. I'm sorry. You know, to be fair, I've got a couple of Australian bonds and they keep telling me to just drop it, but... Which is always quite amusing. Like every time it comes up, they're like, no, it's okay, Sydney has to go. Need a funny hedgehog running fast. Exactly, for the charm. Where's the safe event happens? Probably not Australia. It's most of the mods of Fallout 1 to fall into categories, reusing the sprites or they make new ones. Remember Drown and Angel Chow and wanted to attain it in the game? The Angel Chows are really cute. I do like the Angel Chows. I've always been like a little bit biased towards them because they get cute little angel wings. And cute little halos. The true fun of racing in karate is having already raced your Chow to the curb stomp racing. Exactly. Like, but if you have to like grind your way up to get there, it takes like some of the thrill away, you know? And that's the big hurdle I think most of them trip over. Is finding a way to make the gameplay loop still interesting, even when you don't have the Sonic loop on the, you know, on the side. I think I prefer the Dark Chows. The Dark Chows are cute too, but I very rudely, I didn't like their spiky ball. I thought the halo looked cuter than the spiky ball. Like I thought like the little, like, because it's like attached to them, you know? I thought that like, you know, it would have been cuter if it wasn't attached, but because it's like a long goblin cap. Whereas regular Chow, it's floating, you know? Or there's like the little like leaf buds. I thought that was the cutest. Even though I liked a lot of the Dark Chow, you know, color schemes. That was the main thing. Dublin Island gets some of them in Double Zeta, yep. You're not safe in Ireland either. You gotta find the right place when the colony drops. You gotta find it fast. Never had the normal Dark Chow, so the ball was rarely attached. That's fair. I mostly had the normal Chow because like I didn't realize you had to, you know, hyper-focus your Chow to make them look good. So a lot of my Chow were raised quite broadly, you know, across all the categories. So back as a kid, I didn't get a lot of the special Chow until I started, you know, finding guides about it. Because I was like, well, of course I want them to be good at everything. So, you know, I raised them in everything. And often a lot of stuff in stamina too, because that was the easiest to find in the garden. Because that was like always on hand. Hey, Sitsu, welcome in. Now we use the speed of flying. Fair. Average bun game of Worms, see episode 1 of Gundam. Maybe, if I do make some worm edits, I'll add a colony drop to the weapons. You know, just no reason. Could maybe like replace the air raid with it or something. Just a bunch of colonies falling down. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Average day on the Joe stream. Yep. That's just the way it is. Okay. I should probably add like a bit more. There we go. It kind of works. To add some of the hair feeling. I'm not sure if I like the color yet. I might actually replace this one. Like a warmer color. Yeah, I think that looks a bit nicer. Then again, then the yellow doesn't work. Might have to swap out the yellow. I was thinking about the satellite cannon, but I forgot to accept a comedic amount of colony drops. Yep. Deze taal colony drop mentioned, never one. Hey, sometimes we actually had a pretty long stretch a while back where colony drops weren't being mentioned at all. We were extremely well behaved for a little bit. Like very, very, very well behaved for like a little while. But then they came back again. But then we brought them back, unfortunately. Back on the colony drops. I mean, I do have Char here. Sounds like the dark timeline. Hold on. He's hiding, but there he is. The ex-colonies must also be tiny to not make Earth uninhabitable. True. No colony drops sounds like a horrible timeline. I don't know what you guys want anymore. Do you want the colony drops or do you not want the colony drops? It's so hard to tell some days. You know? I can't make up your mind. Okay. That's fine. I'm working like so slowly on this. Need that interesting meat for the new type sound? Yes. Char is back. Char always comes back. Char never stays gone for long. You will always return. You may even say that You may even say that Char strikes back. Or perhaps does a counter-attack. I'm sorry. You may say he counter-attacks sometimes. Boo, boo, he can't boo me. He can't stop me. Max is really good. I need to finish it. Start to watch with the family. That's fair, that's fair. I've gone insane. You'd get it if you were Char. I have a friend who loves Gundam and I'd probably boo you off the stage for that. Don't boo me, I'm right. It's a bit burnt out. I came for the year, but I stuck around for the best dad jokes. That's the kind of stream experience I offer. Just watched a video about the production of Char's counter attack. Nice, nice. I mean, considering the Japanese was actually a reference to, like, you know, sorry, I'm getting off track. They hated me because I told the truth, yeah. I love one scene I swear the MC is bummed out because he's not a new type after facing someone, but then his captain takes on the same guy and shows you just need the proper skill. Exactly. Get me off the stage, gonna have to drag me off. Char just wants Amuro Senpai to notice him. Why won't Amuro Senpai notice him? It's so unfair. Life's not fair. Minus 2 for the joke, +5 for cute commitment. Just for that, you're getting into the Shark's K-pop and getting shaken by the new Gundam. You know what? I'll take it. I'll accept my punishment. I'll accept my punishment. It's fine. how it wound up with the 3 versions of the manga, novel, and movie, and how the shark comes back was planned as far back as Sita. They have been working on it for quite a while, or at least thinking about it. I had heard about it before. Maybe I should look up the documentary you're talking about, because that sounds kind of interesting. Always fun to see like the behind the scenes stuff floating around. Like, you know, it sometimes occurs to me how there's like so much stuff, you know, especially from interviews and stuff in like magazines that does never get translated. Because I sometimes buy the gaming magazines and like there's just so many interviews. So many of them. And so few have to make them abroad. So it always makes me wonder like what kind of general knowledge we might be missing out on just because it's like somewhere in a magazine, you know? But you mean the orange shaker? No, not the orange shaker, the bear wiggler. The bear wiggler. Man's about to do something extremely wicked. Tell you a bad joke. We still make gaming magazines? In Japan they do. I still buy them sometimes because, I don't know, whenever I'm in the store and I see the magazines, I just can't resist. I just still love physical media. So I often like, you know, wind up getting magazines regardless. You know, I feel like Japan is in a kind of lucky position where it's one of the few countries where magazines are still, well, I don't know with confidence if they're still thriving, but they're still around and people are still buying them, so I'm doing my part in buying my magazines whenever I can. And sometimes, you know, I'll just pick them for whatever looks interesting, you know. I pick up cooking magazines, game magazines, Vtuber magazines, anime magazines, whatever looks cool. Are there many game magazines? There's a couple, yeah. I mean, Famitsu is obviously one of the most famous ones, but there's like a whole bunch of them. And often, like, companies will actually do like limited edition, like special ones for like specific games. So, for example, Splatoon has had like, you know, special Splatoon edition magazines and stuff, which aren't like, you know, long-running magazines or anything, but, you know, they're out there and they'll have like 1 or 2 volumes. I just still use the facts. Yeah, but the facts, I actually have used the facts in Japan for like official reasons. Are the VTuber ones just corporate focused? No, they're actually quite broad. It's actually kind of surprising because like the independent like scene of VTubers in Japan is actually massive, and like a lot of like massive in a way where a lot of them, you know, kind of, well, close to rival. Like some specific independent VTubers can actually rival like corporate VTubers in terms of numbers and stuff, but also in terms of like, you know, sponsorships. Lots of, you know, VTubers who are like getting like merch deals like on a big scale, company sponsorships, you know, deals with restaurants and onsen and that kind of thing. Like independent VTubers can actually be pretty big, and the biggest of the VTuber magazines actually has like a write-in corner where people who are starting streaming can like put their own self-advertisement if they want to. So they kind of like offer spots for everybody, and it's like usually like 10 pages at the back. There's a lot of VR chat YouTubers as well, but there's a lot of them, and they'll often have like interviews, of course, with like the big corporations as well, but they'll have interviews with anyone. Well, obviously the ones that get a bit more popular, but yeah, they're actually kind of cool. If you guys ever see the magazines, they're fun like taking a peek into, and you might, you know, discover a bunch of VTubers you never heard about. Like, specifically, one that surprised me recently is when I was, you know, following the Mega Man news and saw that like an independent VTuber in Japan, well, we used to be part of a corporation but went independent, actually got an official Mega Man collab, you know, like with Capcom and like merch and everything. Which was like, damn, that's crazy, but also really cool. So yeah, it's actually quite big in Japan. It's sometimes hard to imagine like the kind of market you can like that's like actually there. Especially because a lot of them, of course, only stream in Japanese, so many of them are probably mostly gonna go unnoticed to the wider public, obviously. Hello, it's Shar again. Yep, hey, Val, welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, that's basically the lowdown on that. Went to a Maid Cafe that had a Toho collab. Yeah, Toho gets a lot of collabs. Made the Gundam reference this time. what led to the Gundam reference again? Also because we're talking about worms, and worms led to colony dropping. I forgot where the colony drop came from. Don't know if the Toho band is as strict as other. I mean, technically, the Toho band actually used to be quite strict, but it's gotten a lot less strict in recent time. For those who are currently, I'm pretty sure the creature was called like Petra? Let me double check. Was it? No, maybe I'm getting it wrong. That was something like that, but maybe I'm misremembering. No, it was Patra. Patra, not Petra. Here you go. For anybody who's curious. Here we go. I was close. I was close. I was going off memory from what I saw on Twitter. This is the link to the official collab they got. So like, yeah, no, she has like a proper thing with like Mega Man and like custom art and stuff. Like with Capcom and everything. Which is crazy. I was like, oh, that's so cool. No clue, I'm still waking up right now. I just assume it's there because another Gundam was there. No worries. It happens once in a while. Another Gundam just shows up. As well as... Remember retweeting something with jacket design? Yeah, no, I saw because I follow like several Mega Man and Capcom related accounts and I was like, wait, who is this VTuber? I haven't seen her before. And then I found out, you know? She's old guard in the VTuber spheres. Yeah, I did some googling around and I saw that she used to be part of like a bigger company and then like went... I don't know what happened to the company, but I guess she went independent over time or something. But either way, very cool and like props to her for like scoring like such a big deal. Props to her. Hey Cubo, hey. You know, maybe one day I'll get a Mega Man collab. Well, the chances are a little bit smaller because I feel like if you're not, you know, a Japanese VTuber, you're probably not gonna get like that kind of deal even if you're quite big. But who knows, maybe one day. They'll put me in the Mega Mans, probably not. But who knows? I look cute in the jacket, right? Right? Yeah, good for Patra. Very cool to see. Very cool to see. Either way. But yeah, that's the one. That's the one I remembered seeing around. And I did like look at the channel for a bit. It seems he's like, well, obviously played a bunch of the Mega Man games. We definitely have a decent chance of the Mighty Number 9 sponsorship. Mighty Number 9 is like the one Mega Man adjacent game I haven't played though. So I'm not sure how good my chances are there. But yeah, can you imagine a Mega Man firing buns? It'd be cute though, right? I think it would be cute. Probably won't happen, but who knows. I'm still hoping that like one day, like randomly, like some random onsen or like restaurant in Japan will decide to sponsor me. So I can go for free. She's pretty retro focused overall. Ah, nice. Kickstarted, I didn't even play it. You're not missing much. Yeah, that's what I heard. Sure, they're looking for influencers that want to willingly work for them. I've basically rejected every time somebody asked me if I wanted to play Mighty Number 9. Then Capcom releases Mighty Number 9 Part 2. TYG. Is that doxing yourself? No, there's like lots of VTubers who have like sponsorships with restaurants and like onsen. They just like, you know, put like the standee out there. Like they're not gonna go on camera for it. You know, you give your review, you go there, you know, you like show it off on stream, they pull out the standee, they sell the merch of you and the yukata. That's how the onsen collabs go. I'm ruining my chances for the Mighty Number 9 sponsorship. I'm sorry, if they release Mighty Number 9 too, and I'll... Yeah, free food spooter would be best. Yeah, exactly. I want, you know... there's like... I mean, there's also like a lot of like wine sponsorships and stuff, but I want to get like a sponsor like... VTubes, like I often see sponsorship with like ramen restaurants and like curry restaurants and stuff. Like something like that, like a burger restaurant should sponsor me. And I will promote them and like we'll have like collab merch. The burger guide to Tokyo, yeah. And also, you know, onsen, so I can You know, get free entrance and review the entrance. Mighty number 9 not, but mighty number 10 I'm a shoe-in. You too, IG. I'm very bad at platforms. When I learned they made it speedrun focused, I was sort of bummed. That's understandable. That's understandable. Honestly, like, the speedrunning focus, like in Zero, had me like a bit scared at first, so I realized that it didn't really matter too much, luckily. I need to organize your Hot Springs to Go list again to give you a chance. It's true, that's true. I need to like start making like awesome recommendation videos to get a chance at like getting a sponsorship. Mighty number 92. We haven't even gotten a sequel to the first. Hey 40, hi. You went to speedrunning the base zero. That was Mighty number 9. DLC was basically unplayable. I see. Burger Guide, like Sonic's chili dog died. Exactly. More for the sponsorship by Feastley's. I don't think they're looking for people to sponsor that. Hey, objective, hey. Besides, I'd want, you know, I would not take a sponsorship unless the food actually tasted good. Like I do have standards, you know, if I'm gonna like recommend spots to you guys. I'm too honest about it. Burger chain partnership. We see free burgers for life. That's it. I know an onsen Japanese VTuber. I know a couple from the top of my head. Like, I mean, obviously onsens are like a big part of Japanese culture, so it's unsurprising that a couple of them do exist here and there. Like my cheese drippy, yeah. Never played Mega Man, but I do remember Mighty number 9. Well, let me just say, if you ever feel like giving Mega Man another chance, it is better. You know, don't give up on Mega Man yet. Just from what you've seen there. Is what I would say to that. You know, don't give up yet. Are you on about it? Got the best mod in the market. Oh yeah, loses HP for every second you aren't killing and dashing. That sounds like such a nightmare. It's the same problem with Comfort. Oh, it's because of also very score attacky. I see. Hi. Got it about? No ways. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming by, Quest. Like the Sydney beside the sky with the sad comments. Yeah, fitting music. I mean, like, maybe if I lock in and actually focus on getting some like, you know, onsen reviews out, maybe one day I can actually get the onsen sponsorship of my dreams. The onsen collab I've been dreaming of. So reading from onsens being real is actually like the lack of bathrooms, not because they're aesthetically lit. I'm sorry, I'm trying to process the sentence. I'm trying to process the sentence. Can you explain it a little bit more? Because I'm not sure if I understood. If you get the set setting scene, you get this BGM, yeah? This Gogo style fighting game with indie VTubers would be okay. I'm sorry for... I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding the sentence right. Can you reword it in a different way? Because I'm no comprendo right now. I'm afraid. Oh. Let me just wrap up these warrants. There we go. I mean, it's always kind of hard to do the gradients in pixel art, but it's what it is. Crestfallen is sad. Once were built most because Japanese people and past didn't have bathrooms. Oh! Like showers and... oh, baths and stuff. Okay. See, I was confused because I thought by bathrooms you meant toilets, and I was like, they have toilets in Japan? That's why I was confused. Why am I here? Well, you probably got redirected here. Did you like leave one video on and then you woke up in here? Did you go to bed on one foot and then wake up here? You know, I can't really answer the question. It's it's probably a browser history that will have the answers you seek. The pause was very valid. Yeah, no, I was trying to process if you like really believed that Japanese people didn't have toilets for a second. And I was like, surely that can't be it, unless they're, you know, spreading some wild misinformation out there. But no, it's true. Baths and showers used to be less common, so the communal bathing was a lot more common back in the past. So I was live streaming and I clicked on it. Well, there you are. Well, I think that answers your question why you're here. If you're wondering what I'm doing today, I am drawing my own Super Game Boy frame. It's going very slowly, but it is happening. Like over here. Slowly but surely, it is happening. I'm silly, but not that silly. Okay, okay. Might when I pass out before snack of the week. Hang in there a little bit longer. We'll get to snack of the week in about like half an hour, I think. I hope this still how did I end up inside? How did you do it? But yeah, like I guess like, you know, it's not actually that uncommon for like bathhouses to exist around the world, because like even like the ancient Romans and such had them. Because when you think about it, having like your own bathroom for like showering and bathing, it's quite a luxury, you know? It's, you know, something we take for granted with modern infrastructure, but back in the day... Super Game Boy frame, like the intro screen? No, it's more like... the Pokemon example is the one I think most people are familiar with. But if you play a Game Boy game using the Super Game Boy, like for the SNES, basically the SNES has a lot of extra space left, so a bunch of Game Boy games actually have these frames that basically are set around the game. It's like a bit of extra code that can be added in. It's up to the game whether they actually used it, and there are also a lot of games that didn't have it, but there's also a lot of games that did have it. And because I'm selling my own Game Boy game / lore video, I'm making my own because, well, I thought it would be fun, even if the chance of people playing it on the Super Game Boy player are maybe a little bit slim. I'm sure not many people have it, but I thought it would still be cool. Last VTuber's live stream I got on was chaotic in a good way. Nice, nice. I am a little silly, but I will say I'm mostly on the calmer side. The toilets are more advanced than the fridge. That's not every toilet though. Japan has the big gap between super advanced toilets and like from medieval times. Basically, like, you know, between super advanced toilet and hole in the ground. I've gone full silly. Never go full silly. Yeah, Pokemon has the one with the cards on it. Silly but calm. Yep, that's what I use here. Am I from Japan? I am Dutch, but I've lived in Japan for about a decade now. And I still live in Japan, so that's why you might hear a lot of Japan anecdotes here and there. I work a full-time job here. Let me see. The Adelaide will show the Super Game Boy borders? They probably will, they probably will. There are options for that. The Japan experience are toilets that can become your personal butler versus quad toilets. That's basically it. Like, one of my former workspaces actually still had like some of those ancient toilets. Like, you know, the squatting ones. And let me tell you, a lot of people waited for the Western toilets to become available. To be fair, there are elderly people sometimes prefer the squatting ones because it's what they're used to. So a lot of parks also still have the squatting ones here and there. But yeah, I think most people actually prefer the the regular ones. The inventories are still fairly new in history. It's true, it's true. Oh, it wasn't even common in till the 70s in some areas. Yeah, yeah. You have a nice accent. Reminds me of a friend who lived in Japan and Europe for a while. Yeah, I think my accent just has gotten more and more messed up with time. Though this is primarily still a Dutch one. Toilets in Japan are especially fancy hotels from what I saw the videos. I mean, you have the very fancy toilets. But not all of them are fancy. What happens to games that don't have the border? The Super Game Boy just adds one to the defaults. You can pick which one you want. They have like a bunch of options. Some say the squatting is better for the balls. I have heard that. I have heard it's better for the posture. It's healthier, yeah. I mean, technically, if you want all the benefits of like the squatting without using the squatting one, you can just like get one of those like stupid little stools that they sell. That apparently a bunch of people swear by, but I think it's basically that without actually having to squat. You know? Did I meet Hanako of the toilet there? I have not met Hanako, but I have heard the stories. 1% detected as Dutch, 99% with pity, yeah? I'm Dutch, yep. I'm Dutch, living in Japan, but originally from the Netherlands. The stools feel so goofy, right? Does this mean I have to carry around the stool when I go out? Yeah, if you want to remain the proper posture. Despite squatty potties, that's what they're called. I remember when, like, it was like a few years back, it felt like everybody was suddenly talking about them. And I always thought they sounded quite silly, but supposedly they do have their health benefits. And some people are like strong adherents of them, so who knows? I've been Dutch since birth, it's genetic, yeah. Squatty potty and standing desk occupy the same goofy part of my brain. Dutch lady, Mamma Mia! Nah, that's Mario. Mario. You squat on top of the regular toilet. Actually, there's a lot of signs in Japan that warn you you're not allowed to squat on the regular toilet. And that's because on occasion you'll get like old people from the countryside, you know, seeing a Western toilet for the first time in the city. And they'll get confused. And basically what happens... let me show what these signs look like. Like, what happens is like, this is the toilet. And people are like, how do I do this? And they like, basically go like this. On top of the toilet. And there are signs for this. That tell you you're not supposed to like stand on the toilet like this. Like squat down. Those signs are everywhere in Japan. Those signs are everywhere in Japan that you're not supposed to do it. And I think it's because there's enough people once in a while coming in from the countryside that have never used a regular toilet before. So... You do see them. I did that too because I didn't like making public. Why are you standing on the toilet seat? Like, no. I don't think you get it. I don't think you get it. I think what you're saying you're doing is you like doing this. You know? What the sign is saying you're doing, like without touching the thing. What the sign is warning you about is like putting your feet like on the seat. There's also a lot of those at university because we have a lot of foreign students, yeah? We had someone do this on the WIC toilet, he slipped and fell and hurt himself. See, it is actually quite dangerous, as silly as it looks. That's what I did, you put your seat... Like... Why would you do it like this? Madman, don't do gymnastics on the toilet. At least you're not doing it backwards. I mean, to be fair, sometimes the signs actually do look like this. At which point, what are you doing? We come on Capcom, I have big feet and it's scary. Because the seat is so small, well, don't stand on the toilet seat. I didn't know Charmander could use water gun. It shouldn't if it isn't hacked. Squatting is a truth and do it on the ground. You're gonna break the toilet and your bones. And yourself. I thought the people on the sides, they were a myth. It's just chaotic evil. You don't do a backflip on the toilet. I mean, technically, the traditional squatting ones, you are facing this direction. Like, you're looking this way, so I think that's why people are doing it. America, plenty of women do that apparently because they're disgusted with the sitting on... No. See this? This is fine. Like, no contact with the toilet seat, feet on the ground. That's fine. Those... Like, I have squatted over a toilet like that before, but you're not standing on the seat. That's different. I'll just sit on the ground if there's no squatters. You guys are crazy. You guys are insane. Put your feet on the ground. Your butt doesn't have to touch the seat, but you do have to put your feet on the ground. Like I said, they still miss. Yeah, somehow. That's not what... No, Pa, that's not what happens. My Chico knows psychic totally legit, I assure you, I'm sure. I thought France has a lot of Turkish toilets. Oh yeah, France has a lot of like hole-in-the-ground toilets still. I remember like going on holiday in France. That I need to put the toilet seat down when using it. Well, if you're gonna stand on it, like doubly so, probably, but yeah. If you're gonna sit on it, yeah. I'd say so. What you guys, insanity. And this is basic. Do a backflip from the ground onto the toilet. You guys are all banned from the toilet till you learn the toilet etiquette. This info shared from my younger brother who works in fast food. I mean, to be fair, I pity the people who work in fast food because you probably have to deal with some really bad toilets. Yeah, all the buns are banned from the bathrooms in the castle until further notice. All the buns are banned until further notice. And, until you pass the toilet test to see if you're allowed to go back on. Hilau is kind of contagious, thank you. I'll dig your own. Well, okay, okay, you can make it like a cat. Like a dog, just cover it up. Could have been something broken for my friends being hacked. Oh, you wanted to doubt that? That's fair, that's fair. I don't understand how they got so messed up, right? Engineering. Gotta put the CCTVs in the bathroom for safety purposes. I think even within the bunk kingdom, you probably can get arrested for that. That's probably no good. I mean, then again, it might written exams for everybody. You know, before you're allowed to enter. No, this one has a lot of narrow steps, which is bad tripping hazard, but I never saw the holes in the ground. No, the holes in the ground are they're only on the highways mostly, I feel, and the countryside, like some of the farms and stuff. Looks like another feature I might visit from time to time. Let's go! I'd love to see you again. You don't have bones, but damage could standing on the toilet do. You could break the toilet. You want to damage the toilet and pay for like damages. Just need a shovel and a large leaf. You know what? That's fair. As long as you're not messing up the palace toilet, I'll allow it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to get a toilet license. Man, it does remind me, like, I've been on holiday in France a few times when I was younger, because, as people might know, France is quite close to the Netherlands. It is within driving distance, you just have to go through Belgium. So France is a pretty popular holiday destination, and oh man, the highways in France are something else. That's the one thing I'll say about France. Choice question. Do you do a flip? Do you do handstands? Do you parkour or hold it in forever? Wait, there should be a fifth option that also is correct. When you third is one thing, falling in and hurting yourself is even worse. I mean, I think both will happen. Though buns are like rubber, so they could bounce back. If need be, but so it's mostly the third I'm worried about. Oh, I'm still at a bunch of pop-up urinals. I suppose so. I mean, the Netherlands has like weird, like outdoor toilets as well, but I'm not gonna lie here, my country sometimes have messed up a funny sign, so then here's the question, that's the toilet license question, but it's lacking the right answer. Oi, you have a license for that there, John? Gotta get your toilet license. Pass the written exam first. You know. My mom saw a hole in the ground when she was in massage. She made my dad take her back to the hotel. Yeah, no. I was in France during like the big full solar eclipse that they had like a few decades ago. And basically, I mostly just remember that the toilets at the farm was just a hole in the ground. I'm sorry, sir, I don't get the permit to flush. I don't want to go to the same toilet as these other buns. Yeah, no, don't worry. All the buns who don't get the license will be banned from the palace toilets. There's a YouTube channel that actually finds toilets in video games. Amazing. There's a YouTube challenge for editing. French people swim in their own sewage, right? So that checks out. Well, from what I've heard of the sign, does Japan have strangely exposed urinals as well? I wouldn't know because I don't use urinals. But they might. You might have to ask like a guy about that one, I'm afraid. Just made me realize that cats cover it to hide it and dogs probably leave it out for dogs to snip. That's true, that's true. Not with that attitude. I don't want to go to jail. I'm assuming that's what happens. Hi, Ishito. Hi. I only know the nouns because of bikes and windmills. That's good. It means our reputation has taken a turn for the better. Keep it at bikes and windmills. Took one more turn. I had to go to the highway for 2 hours because there was no toilet stops. That's the other thing. There's very few toilet stops on the French highway. You should go while you're still in Belgium. Honestly. Both for frequency as well as quality. Exactly, I mean, not the proper aiming equipment, but also just like, you guys know that they don't exist in ladies' toilets, right? So I never see them. Aside in like video games. Are we still talking about it? Somehow, yeah. Yoshido, hi. They tend to bathe in the canals. Oh no, but the canals in Italy are so dirty, right? Don't want to bathe there. So one in the park in Tokyo that was basically just behind the garden. You could see everyone walking past if you used it. That's why Belgium is famous for the chocolate. I mean, the chocolate in Belgium is actually pretty yummy. The bump houses in the ocean, is that just the toilets? Really? Yeah, no, there's... Oh, actually, sometimes the ladies' toilet will have like a tiny urinal in it. For like if parents take their like children with them and they have like a young boy or something. And then they're like the really, really small ones. I guess I have seen some of those before. But I assume that regular ones are not tiny and like directly on the floor basically. So Belgian chocolate is really good. Yeah, that's not what I do, Benjamin. That's where mothers can take their children. Is that jar? It is jar. It is jar. It is jar. I saw one in the park in Tokyo. It was basically just behind the garden. You could see anyone. Oh dear. I mean, I know the city centers in the Netherlands have a couple that are basically like that. If you look up the ones in Haarlem and like Amsterdam, there are some. We have water carnival games. Wait, really? I have heard stories of those and I'm kind of jealous. You know? Because like I'm sure they're not actually that fun though. You guys are probably lying that they're actually cool, but apparently Patwa Vtuber has done some things for Fuamoko as well. Oh, I did not realize. Wait, is she an artist in that case? Does she do like art and stuff? I see. Or like I guess like maybe she does music. I suppose there's different things people could be doing. I suppose that's true. Hey, Turtle, hey. That they only exist in Yakuza games. I feel like they used to be like in gaming magazines. Back in like the early 2000s. And I'm pretty sure Comedy Central did like a thing about it. Like also once again in like the early 2000s. Which is where I heard of them, I think, the first time. She wrote their intro song and produced their ASMR voice back. Aha, so they worked on it. I see. It's fun. But I'll be going now because it's late. No worries, sleep tight, sleep bunny dreams. Thank you for coming by. Who asked for them? Are they not actually good? You guys should tell me they're actually really boring. Then I won't feel like I'm missing out on a game library I can never play. Tell me they're actually really boring and lame. You have left the chat. See ya. Okay. Oh, hi, Weeper. Welcome in. Let me take a sip of my drink real quick. Man, I worked very slowly on this. Made essentially no process, but that's okay. I've had fun yapping. And besides, I think it's at least turning out fairly cute, so... The final thing, I'm not sure if I'll like draw the whole thing on stream. But like I will like, you know, show off the final thing whenever it's done. Just because that would like take probably several streams to like figure out. And you could play, I don't think women have to aim. That's the problem. I wouldn't see where I was aiming. So I would literally not be able to play. Oh, you're missing out, they're probably not worth it. Yeah, that's what I want to hear. You know, I bet the game library for them is terrible anyway. We take no blame in distracting me. You should take a little bit of blame in distracting me. Just a teensy bit, maybe. Just a teensy tiny little bit. And just stay from an aiming game to a gambling game. That'd be terrible. That'd be so terrible. Well, I'm sure it's just like Angry Birds or something. Will be FOMO me about them? No, no way! I am not the kind of streamer. Moist Restroom is basically a gambling game anyway. Wait, really? No, I don't believe that. Are you guys gambling in the restrooms? Ghost restrooms are really boring. Think of the cloud? Never, never, never. Should stop chatting. Snack of the week is at risk. It's okay, it's okay. Like I said, I'm keeping an eye on the time. In about 15 minutes, I won't start the snack of the week. Miss Polly. Should I like start going about rendering the chest area? Or should I focus on the crown? Because I guess like while I'm working on it, the crown is like the next logical part of the head to still do. Maybe I should go on the crown, the chest, but I think, yeah, the chest is what you guys want to see. Is what I know. But then again, you know, if you check back on the ones I posted, I already rendered the chest quite a few times for the Game Boy game. Krabs is just played with a pair of dice. Okay, okay. Wait, you guys have slots? No way, you're lying. The job of weathering or shading, you're so good at it? Thank you, thank you. I feel like I take like forever, but I always like kind of see pixel art as like sculpting, if that makes sense. You kind of like just start and then you chip away at it. Till you know, you have what you're looking for. The nice thing about pixel art is that like, you know, you can just kind of keep going till you're satisfied, because small changes will like change quite a lot in one go. And that kind of makes it like, I feel in some ways harder, but also in some ways easier than like a regular type of shading. Because it's a lot easier, I feel, to like get back in. It's one way to do it, yeah. Want to see the tummy, which we already discussed yesterday, paradoxically. There's very few tummy outfits, I know. But maybe you guys will get to see some tummy for the Easter stream. Depends on what kind of outfit you guys ask for. You think all the buns are perfect? Why you be right? Well, not all of you. But some of you. I do have a decent amount of experience with pixel art. Pixel art is like how I kind of taught myself to draw. Back in the day, I'd use MS Paint and just pixel art away. Make myself like custom game sprites for like my own original characters and stuff. And that's kind of like where I taught myself the ropes in MS Paint. Like whoever's a good descriptor, yeah. I have a big preference for pixel art, big reason I like Gen 5. Man, I wish we got like more Gen 5 style pixel art again for the later ones. There are some good sprites in that. Lunar Remaster still turned out okay. From what I hear, unfortunately, they're still using the Working Designs translation. When I heard that they like removed some of the gameplay edition, I really hoped they had retranslated it, but can't have everything, I suppose. Cool Joel lore, yep. I started out making my own game sprite edits. You know, my coolest thing was like going on to Sprite's resource and basically making my own sprite sheets. Don't have high distances to control my pixels helps a lot. Makes sense, because you can just go one pixel at a time. Hey, Corby. Did you also get into Sonic since pixel art part of it's really nice? I did like Sonic a lot back in the day. You know, all the big ones. I actually somehow never did, you know, a sprite comic, which many people did back then. Though I did read many sprite comics, and I did consider it, but like the song is very common, right? What's gonna be the snake of the week? Snakey the snake. It's okay. Snack of the week. It'll be a surprise. You're gonna have to wait like 5 more minutes. Yeah, Spider's resource is a really cool resource. And, you know, it's sometimes like I forget, but like Mr. Sprite's resource himself actually sometimes comes by and checks the streams. Which is kind of crazy whenever I remember that. But like, yeah, the guy who like has the website is a fan of VTubers. And sometimes he drops by. Which is kind of crazy. Because that's like the website of like You know, my youths. Hiya, Callum. Hiya, hi. Just finished the orientation. I'm tired and motion sick again. Oh, no. Well, good job on the orientation, though. Otsukare. Snake of the week. We still have new outfit 2.0 too. Run into him a few times, yeah. He comes by once in a while. Just, you know, hang out and chat. Cool guy, cool guy. Let me see. I should probably... I mean, I'm probably not gonna get much done in like 5 minutes, but... Very freaking out when it happened. I think my reaction was like, wait, these spiders resource? Or like, or are you just like a fan? And then he was like, no, 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 that's me. I've run the website for like 35 years or something, or like whatever it was. For a long time. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe these spiders resources like right here. It was crazy. Like for a second, I didn't even realize. Here's how the company I'm working for is producing glass panels and solar panel glass. Nice. I mean, there's a lot of demand for that at the very least. But yeah, that's insane. It is insane. Like at this, you know, I had to double check it first because I was like, wait, is this real? And literally bucket list material right there. Yeah, it's like meeting a celebrity of the past. The glass in your house has a good chance came from this company. Oh, nice. Wait, do they sell glass to Japan though? It's the real question because unless they have a Japan branch, I'm not sure if the glass in my house would be from there. It's amazing you can run into sometimes, yeah. I've seen American Heart Foundation a couple times too. I see. I got this rights for it, but not for the original dub because the working designs guy got greedy and wanted a cut per sale for using the dub instead of the flat licensing fee. Yeah, it's like, it's surprising because they like did change the dub, didn't they? It's such a shame. It's such a shame. They should have just changed the translation too. They mass produce glass for other companies to turn them into windows. I see. I've run into so far and a few times on Twitch too. Yeah, it's always kind of like exciting, though also nerve-wracking. Whenever the dev of like the game you're playing like comes into chat and it's like, hey, what's up? I made this, and I'm like, whoa. Hey, Leonis, welcome in. Well, to be fair, I mostly play older games, so that doesn't happen too often. But you know who I met once? Well, one of the guys who like worked on Doshin the Giant, which was still kind of crazy. Because like, you know, there's a game I played when I was a kid, and I was like, wait, you worked on Doshin the Giant? I just thought that was very neat. I would panic if I said something rude about the game, right? I had a similar experience where like I had been playing what is basically a kusoge for like most of the stream. And then it turned, and I'd been making like kind of silly jokes about like speedrunning stuff because it's like such a kusoge. I didn't even think many people would be speedrunning it. And then it turned out that like one of the main speedrunners of the game had basically alerted the entire community, and they'd all been watching the stream together as I was like making up stupid stuff during the stream. Which I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I was just being like stupid stuff like, yeah, no, because the game was like called Scunny Back to the Force. I was like, yeah, the Scunny speedrun community, we call this like a double, triple whopper, and like, you know, I was like making up dumb stuff. And then like hours in, I found out apparently a lot of them had started watching that particular stream. Just wait for the day that DC Shigeru Miyamoto pops up. Who knows? Maybe he's incognito. Yes, readers, if you're still here, please raise your hand. I'm not sure if any of them stuck around after that. Maybe I've gravely insulted them too much for the last time. But that's, honestly, it was kind of funny. But at the same time, I was like so horrified because I was like, oh no! Speedrunners were taking notes. Yeah, I was finding new speed strats, you know? Glover speedrun, hit him with the Mega Wobble Wombo combo, exactly. I was making up like a bunch of really, really stupid stuff in the middle of that stream. And that was like, you know, it was not like quite the dev showing up, but for how it felt like, it felt quite similar because the devs of that game, well, it's a game that was defunct anyway. So, you know, they didn't exist anymore. So, you know, the closest thing at that point. Literally would not be able to face them, yeah? It's entirely worth of the Master Project channel. I mean, to be fair, I was just making silly goofs. So it was mostly just embarrassing for me. And not like anything that would have been like super reportable. But you know, I have been cases where like I might have like criticized the game and then the dev shows up and I'm like, well, anyway, that was constructive criticism. Have you considered changing that part? It's always like a little bit embarrassing when like somebody comes in and you have like less polite things to say about it. At least I didn't pretend to be Naruto ninjas yelling random Cheetos. True. But you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. That's just the way the cookie crumbles in the end. You know, can't be helped. Can't be helped. Such a nostalgic track, yeah. One of the OGs. Okay. Might actually do that later. Let me just put the color down for the thing and then we're gonna go to the snack of the week. Just gonna put the gold in the crown. In the end, did not start on the crown. Spent too much time yapping. Okay. And then we'll take a little zoom out and see how things are looking. Here we go. Lot of progress, but you know, I drew a face. I drew a face. I folded so fast, it's normal, yeah? You know, a face that's like close enough, right? Some artists I would love critique if they came from good intentions or even if they just want to make fun. Either way I can learn. That's true, but I think it's also kind of natural to just be a little bit flustered when it happens, you know? These arts may not happen at this rate. No, it's okay. Like I said, I will be finishing this one off stream because otherwise we'll never finish it. But the Easter art stream will still happen. Plays are the toughest part anyway. True. If we're not distracting you, you probably make more progress. True. But the thing is, I've had art streams where like you guys are really quiet. And I get like a little bit like worried that like my art is being too boring. So I'd honestly rather you guys yap. You know, I'd rather make less progress and have like a good time chatting instead. What you say to the creator of Banjo Kazooie Nuts and Bolts? Scrap the whole thing, start over, attach a different license. Intense stares from the bunk gallery, yeah? But you know what? I think it's cute. The amount of progress we made, it's looking fairly cute so far. I'll probably, well, like I said, I'm gonna like fix it up. And your art is so good, sometimes we just want to vibe and watch the magic, yeah? To get the post where perhaps Bunny should help with a tummy window for the Easter art? Perhaps. But first, Toilet Banter to silence. To be fair, the Toilet Banter is a bit embarrassing, but it's still better than the silence. Makes you happy, you will yap. Please yap my ears up, please. It's getting through to the buns that I'm worried about. I like checking always. The thing is, like, I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to do at least 6 more buns this week. That's the goal. And then, like, next week another 6, and then we'll be caught up on the backlog at least, and then it's just the new buns. Now, the art stream, the chill bit is different. Yeah, you get to, like, lurk and relax. True. Art streams are weird. Sometimes you just let people stay locked in and just let them do their things. It's true. And I mean, there are artists who focus to just, like, be mostly quiet. During art streams, like there are artists who like don't yap a lot, but I get like worried that I'm not entertaining enough if I'm not yapping, so I'm always happy when you guys want to yap back at me. I mean, I'll probably still keep yapping if you guys weren't, but it will develop into like nervous rambling to fill the air. You know? I like to work to art streams, so that makes me quiet. It's like having a work partner. To be fair, that's what I do too. I have like some art friends who I sometimes like have on in the background and watch them stream. I do not like this painting. It's Smok Aura Mocks Me. 6-0 bunch, yeah. You spoke Char, start talking to him to make the bunch jealous so they start talking to me again. Ah, smart idea. Joe's kids Steven. Honestly, those spots are gone, but the earlier VODs, that's just me talking to myself like an insane person. Because for a long time I did stream to like an audience of like 2 or 3 and usually nobody chatting, so the very early streams that are not archived, by the way, are just me being like talking like an insane person. Yeah, drawing streams are more flexible, but because I do have, we have to like focus a bit, because I do have singing lessons tonight, and we still have snack of the week. So let me put my tablet away. Make some space for cake. Make some space for cake. Nice buns, thank you. And we're gonna get a different kind of nice bun in a second. I'm gonna show you guys a bunny. A nice bunny. Good stream's gonna know how to talk to no one. It's true. Hey, Leroy, hey. I'm going to be doing RPG on the side. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna open my cake. I'm gonna unbox it again. I put it back in the box so it can stay fresh. Okay, I'll take it out of the box. Okay, let's go back to the bedroom while I eat my cake. Here we go. Gonna take that out. Gonna get center screen. There we go. Gonna turn off the outline. Confirmation was yesterday, so now my face is full of pastries, cakes, and samosas. Let's go! Get yourself some cake as well. Now I have a lot of people watching and still sound like an insane person. That's true. I still sound like an insane person, but at least I'm talking to people while doing so. The cake sounds good about now. So, I told you guys, it's actually kind of tough to find Easter stuff in Japan. So that's why I was all the more excited. Not ending yet, because we still have the snack of the week. So no end yet. Hang in there. First time seeing room, are you sure Atlantean built this? It looks so good and functional. It's newer technology. Oh, there's 2 songs playing. Oh. Nice buns and dice will also apply after snack of the week. So, let's get snacking. So let me tell you, I was so excited when I actually saw something Easter related in the shop. And I was like, I can actually have an Easter snack. So, let me show you the bunny cake. Isn't it so cute? It is a wall cake with fruit inside of it. And it is shaped like a bunny. Isn't that so good? I'm gonna get Bimmer. Yeah, all of you guys get your own snacks to eat alongside me. And then, this looks maybe like a small cupcake in this picture. But I took it next to a can for comparison size, because it's actually kind of a big cake. Look at that, can for comparison. So it's pretty yummy. It's pretty big. One of the ears fell off earlier. I'll have to put the ear back in, hold on. It's huge, yeah, it's actually a pretty sizable cake. And I'm pretty excited to eat it because it smells really good. It smells really good. Yeah, no, it's Easter is of course not celebrated in Japan, but you know, compared to like Christmas or anything, there's not even like very much in terms of like merchandising. Looks like definitely a spoon or fork. I do have a fork. It's like a sponge. It's like a wall cake, so it's a little bit spongy. Are leaves edible? The leaves, unfortunately, is plastic. I'll let you eat the leaves if you want to. You are a seagull, so you probably can have some plastic. The Thai toggle technically is not a toggle. That was just alternate Thai so before. So it looks pretty light. It looks very cute, and I did like got it open. Is it lime flavored? No, I think it has like. Let me peek inside. I think it has like other assorted fruits. Like the fruits that are inside are all yellow. Because I did got it open so you guys can see the insides like spilling out. It's like little chunks of like fruits like shot into it, all fresh. My seagulls now? No, I think only Sully Seagull is a seagull. Put the paint and palette away. I'm getting paint all over the cakes. But it's Easter. Well, it's okay. I'll put my painted palette away. The gore. I'm sorry. I gored the poor bunny again. Just like Santa. Just like Santa. I gored the poor bunny. But, you know, I do have to eat it anyway. It's okay. He only bleeds cream and fruit, so... When did we become seagulls? There's only one seagull, and he has seagull in his name. The rest of you guys are still buns. I'm pretty sure. Skewer the cake on the paint brush and eat it that way, but it will taste like paint. Goodbye, bunny. I'll miss you. When did I kill Santa? So for my Christmas snack of the week, I did kill Santa and a reindeer. And it was very delicious. You're all honorary seagulls. I just reached home. Oh dear, 12 hours. That's rough. Take some time to relax. I'm an honorary seagull? That means I get to steal your French fries. Are you prepared for this? Are you prepared for the consequences of your actions? How come the North Pole Cops haven't caught you yet? They can never find me. I'm on the ocean. They can't swim. What about the children? Somebody else will just have to be Santa this year. You know, somebody else will have to take up the cloak. And scream, why? I got back, you can't be a seagull anymore. Oh, just when I was about to steal your French fries. Did you miss out on the reindeer cake? Did I miss out on the reindeer cake? I know I tried 2 of them. But now I'm forgetting, which was the reindeer cake the one I missed? I think it's because those cakes are quite common, but like in different shapes. Maybe I did miss the reindeer cake. My memory is bad. Hey, my voice say, hey, the Santa Claus. The Santa Claus is dead. Lanterns are good at hiding, yep. But let me try the cake. So I mentioned it earlier, but it smells really good. Oh, I did swallow it. I think I want to go back. That's true. That's true. And then it was gone already, so it was just Santa. That's right, that's right. So let me take another sniff. It smells so fresh. It smells really nice. I think this was like, you know, freshly made. Or like more freshly made than like the usual Combini offerings. So let me grab a forkful. It's very nice, very light, very fluffy looking. The fork slides through it very easily. We've got like a nice cream. And you guys can see, like, it is a roll cake, so there's a bit of cream on the inside, but I think it's like a lighter cream and not like a heavy whipped cream. So let me try a bite. That's really good. That's really good. I do like that. That's yummy. That's very yummy. And now in the center, the bunny head seems to be a different texture. So let me try a different one of the bunny heads. If there was a hand cam, I'd be drooling, right? Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of setup. Congrats, I'm a cannibal. It's okay, I'm a sea bunny, I'm allowed to. So I think the head is indeed a different kind of cream. It's like something like white chocolatey. Like a white chocolatey kind of cream. It's very nice, very good. It's like, let me try some of it combined with the rest of the cake. Just notice the next has a name tag, yeah. No peeps in Japan? No peeps in Europe even. Like, I think peeps are a very American thing. On cake now? Get yourself Easter cake. They might be on sale right now, you know? So that I'll eat my bones? Yeah. It's got white brains. Okay. The two different creams like combine really nicely. It's very light, like maybe a little bit fruity even when they combine. Maybe because there's a fruit in the center. Haven't tried the bites with the fruit yet. Your JP Christian family members say it's easier to find smaller family places that sell Easter goodies. Yeah, you have to go looking because the big chains usually don't sell it. The brain is very yummy. May I have some bunny cake? Buns are allowed to have a little bit of a bite of the cake. Say ah. Just kidding, I took it. Ah, you got juked. You got juked. You monster. Yeah. Oh, that's the... Sorry, I spotted my third arm real quick. Never tossing you again. See one's so mean, I'm gonna cry. Don't cry. Fine, I guess you guys can have a bit of the cake too. I'll even give you a part with the fruit on it, okay? I'll even give you a little part that has the fruits on it, okay? Yeah? Okay, say ah. Ah. Here you go, here you go. That one's for you guys, that one's for you guys. Now you guys gotta share your french fries with me too though. Can I still have the leaves? Yeah. You can still have the leaves, that's okay. I'll pass them your way. I'll pass them your way. It is plastic though, keep that in mind. It's still definitely plastic. It's good? Yeah, that's right. Now, I'm gonna try one of the pieces with some of the fruit. Ah, the fruit is really yummy. I'm not sure exactly which fruit pieces these are. It's like the kind of cut fruit that you get like on top of an ice cream. It's not apple. Is it mango? Maybe. Either way, I don't think it's mango. Mango is like slimier. I'm not sure which fruit it is actually, but you often see this in like fruit. It's not boba, it's not boba. It's 5 moments ago said I needed more fiber in my diet. You guys, take another bite of the fruit and tell me what you think it is. Like one of those orange fruits, you know? Oh. Got one of the eyes in. What is that eye, actually? Had a bit of a crunchy chocolate flavor. But I think it's actually some kind of berry. Maybe? It's not orange. Not orange. It's not orange. Could be orange. I'm gonna squat so smoothly. Kumquat, maybe. Nah, it's sweeter, I think. Hey, Tapio, hey. Please share your Baltimore Sundays later, though. I gave you guys a piece of the cake. No, you guys gotta share too. So the eyes aren't just that, no? It's like some kind of berry or something? Let me actually try one of the ears, because I'm pretty sure that's just chocolate. Oh. 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 I can't place it, but they actually did put like some other stuff into the chocolate. It's like a little bit crunchier. And like it has like a little bit of a fruity aftertaste, so it's just not just like white chocolate like dyed pink. It's not strawberry either. And it has like a little bit of a crunch. Quite nice. Quite nice. This is not attract the triggers into eating your love imbued oranges? Maybe. Is it red? The eyes are red. The eyes are red. And the food itself is like a yellow orange. That's it for me. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming by. Okay, that is actually really good. It's a really yummy cake. Shame that this probably isn't gonna be on sale for the rest of the year. Meltonmore's going pack of 2, so they're perfect for sharing. Excellent, excellent. Oh, I see where my ear fell off. My ear broke. Ah. I wonder what the ear is made of. It's not quite chocolate. But it is yummy. Chocolate covered wafer with some fruit shavings? That could be it, that could be it. Though it is like a consistent color on the inside. That's what makes me wonder. I had some toast for breakfast, but I didn't have the one with it in my mouth. Ah, next time you gotta do the classic. You gotta take the toast and put it in your mouth and go running with it. How else will you become an anime protagonist? If Kartagato Sakura can do it, you can too. Speaking of ears, I like that the bunny ears wiggle with my gills. Yeah! They're tied to my brain. I have used my terrible tuning powers to power my bunny ears with the power of my mind. Even though it's technically just a headset. I'm cannibalizing a bun? Nah, this is not a bun. This is a cake. So kind of hard, but can you describe it? It's like square, but it's probably because it's guts. Maybe it's a type of like pear, like a nashi. It's like yellowy orange. It's gut. It's quite sweet. It's quite yummy. It's a thing I see in cocktails a lot and stuff, like parfaits and things. But what are you gonna do about it tomorrow when Easter's over? I'll take them off. I'll shapeshift them away. Maybe it's peach. Let's try again. Is this peach? Is this peachy? It does have a slight peachy flavor to it. Maybe it's like a specific type of peach. Could that be it? Maybe. Don't do the running with the toast anymore. Truckon is watching for those people. Don't you want to get isekai though? It could be in a cool fantasy land. Wait, I shouldn't say that, but to be fair, as a kid I always wanted to be like in the isekai in a cool fantasy land though. Sweet melon pieces? Maybe. I misunderstood he took a nipple of me. Unbelievable. The audacity. I am leaning towards some kind of peach. I'm leaning towards some kind of wobbled peach, yeah? Eat another one to confirm. I mean, I'm gonna definitely finish this because it's really yummy. And also, I've waited like the whole stream. This is my treat for like a job well done. I've drawn like most of a face. Didn't even actually finish it, but like I did draw most of a face. It's soft and fibery than a peach. It's a bit harder, a bit firmer than I usually associate with peaches, but I feel it's like between a peach and a pear. But leaning more towards a peach, so maybe like a peach. I don't think it's melon, because I usually recognize the flavor of melon. Here that they're getting max capacity because of how popular getting isekai is. Isekais, I honestly, as much as I used to really like it as a genre, even I have kind of hit like, max capacity on isekais. I've got a little bit tired of like, because so many of them are just the same plot these days. Like they have to add something new to the mix to make it like worth reading, I feel, or it has to be like really excellent art and writing. Name one isekai that was actually chill to live in. There's quite a few, like even these days there's like isekai worlds where somebody just has like a peaceful farming life or whatever. But also if you're cool like me and have awesome tuny powers, every isekai is chill to live in. Hey Jillian, hey, let it long go. Me too, to be fair. Honey apple. I don't think it's apple. Oh, have a good night. It's off to the store for me. Enjoy your trip to the store? I suppose, but I hope it goes well. Thank you for coming by. At least they have kind of started just doing plain fantasy without the isekai element again. I'm kind of glad it's reverting. Because there was a moment where I feel like we hit so many isekais where it's like, oh, this is just an isekai because it's selling well right now and the publisher wants it. Like, if you remove the isekai element, nothing would be missed. You know what I mean? Should have kept the cake box open and made the smell would have had you working faster, maybe. It's okay. Now I'm extra hungry for cake. Well, I did have a big burger earlier, so but I'm always hungry for cake, Betsubara and all that. Do trapped in video games count as isekai? They can. They certainly can. As a subgenre, meaning a reincarnation story about MCs from a village ravaged from the demon lords. And he gets reborn as a demon lord's son and plots to destroy the kingdom from within. That one does sound kind of good. That one sounds kind of neat. Seemed to have a good first episode, but then started disappointing. Fair. As the one isekai wrote where all the words were non-lethal was a cool concept. I see. Please don't put game editors into fantasy stories that not actually set inside games. It's because a lot of the isekais that are getting anime and manga adaptations are based on light novels, which are often from the same website, where basically the equivalent of like anybody can post their fanfiction, everybody can post their light novel. And a lot of the genres that get really popular on that website are stuck in a video game with granular leveling up mechanics. So if you're wondering why every anime and every manga has those, it's because they're all coming from the same website. Well, and there's also like a degree of like publishers like all adapting them, and wanting what's popular and then like demanding that more people do the popular thing. So there's a degree of that too, but there's also a degree of like, you know, why do these game elements keep showing up, and why does everybody has a level menu, and why does everybody like unlock skills? It's because they're all, it's all on the same websites where people are like publishing their light novels. And they all have the same tropes basically because of that. Hi, Moria. Konosuba is pretty fun. And Shuto was pretty disappointed when he got everything he wanted, and then the kingdom building arc started, got worse. I mean, I feel like if you want like a decent, like, stuck in a game isekai, like I thought the Overlords was actually pretty decent. Because there's a decent amount of like thought put into the chapters. I mean, I can understand that like Overlord might be too edgy for some, but like I think like the story as far as it goes and the characters are actually like quite well written. It helps I came onto the scene before it was like too overpopulated, but want a game anime with a cool game actually made around it. Now that would be a nice idea. 1 second, I have to cough. I'm sorry, I joked a little bit on the cake. Sorry, my bad. I didn't mute for that one in time. 1 second, I have to mute again. I think I'm safe. The cake struck back, I'm sorry. However, it still suffers from overpowered MC. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Unfortunately, most of them do. I think these days, if you want like an isekai that doesn't have an overpowered MC, well, you're gonna have to look at all the ones. You know, you gotta have to, you know, go further into the past. You know? Unfortunately, I'm at war with the cake. The snack looks yummy. It is very yummy. Land Bunny strikes back. Oh god. He's fighting me for cutting it in half. Overlap is a Deadpool D&D campaign. I wouldn't be surprised if that had been the case. The weirdest I saw as a go is some of the Great Park Sharks are familiar. Oh. I kept getting people are typical isekai anime references. I see, I see. Loco Horizon. I have actually heard Loco Horizon is pretty good. Is there an isekai where the MC goes to a zombie-infested world? I'm sure there exists one. I'm sure there's one, you know, somewhere out there. Because I feel like most concepts have been done at this point. But like I said, like, I can enjoy my isekai if my protagonist isn't broken. The sad thing is that there's like a lot of like isekais that pretend to like subvert the broken OP protagonist thing, and they're like, I reincarnated as like a weak, pathetic like guy in an isekai, and then like within 2 chapters they find out that their secret terrible skill is actually the most overpowered skill in the whole show. And it's like, come on, if you're gonna do it, at least commit. Like without fail, like within a few chapters they find out that they're secretly the strongest anyway. The isekai about the guy who has the power for the online shopping is pretty good. I actually have seen bits about that. That one's kind of funny because I like the wolf in that one. Loco Horizon kind of died fast after the auto got jailed for tax evasion. I mean, fair if that's what happens. Like, how do you write a cool MMO protagonist and then settle me with the anime protagonist as the PC, right? The one time I reincarnated in the cake that someone choked on. Oh, well, you're gonna be dead soon because there's not much cake left. I hate when my academia did that, yeah. There's like... Okay, if you have a battle manga, of course you're gonna get like some story progression to becoming stronger. But you can do that without being just like completely unstoppable, you know? Like look at like Magic Knight Warriors, like you can have like a normal, you know, hero progression in terms of power. Aria, thank you so much for the resub. 37 months, let's go! We enjoyed the snack of the week. Oh, and the bunny cake was fine too. I see how it is. Okay, to be fair, OP protagonists can be funnier if like it's a comedy, that's true. My favorite is the guy who just goes from job to job looking like a loose, but he really just gathers new talents. Ah, cute! Keep forgetting I didn't keep up with reading Sense of Bookworm. I haven't started that one yet. It's one of the ones that I keep meaning to pick up at some point. But I haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, Wayard does it very well. Like, I think, you know, if you want a good isekai... like I said, like, if you want one that's, like, devoid of modern-day isekai tropes, like, look at some older ones. Like Magic Knight Wayards instead. Hi, Jensen. Hey. I was reading it in Japanese. Oh, it was going very slow. Fair. I like this one isekai where the MC gets born as a normal dude who marries the hero. Aww, cute. That sounds actually kind of cute. Hey, Jensen. Escaflowne, yeah. Deco does get physically buffer, so it does show off that he actually does put in the training. That's true. But you know, I was saying it earlier, but I'm kind of glad that, like, with the success of, like, things like Dungeon Meshi and Fair and stuff, we're kind of, like, heading back to, you know, just normal fantasy settings. Because there were, like, a couple of years where it was, like, fantasy, like, just normal fantasy wasn't allowed anymore. Like, it had to be isekai'd in. But now, you know, things are shown to, like, be able to, like, stand on their own themselves anymore. So I'm like, oh, thank God, maybe we're free. Maybe we're finally free, because I think, like, sometimes you could just kind of tell that something was an isekai because of, like, production interference. You know, like, editors said, like, oh, isekais are popular, this has to be an isekai. Because then you read the manga and, like, literally nothing refers to the fact that they used to be somebody else. Like, literally nothing is about, like, the past life. They just, like, get reincarnated and, like, move on with it. Which is, like, this did not have to be an isekai. There's nothing about the isekai adds to the story. People are already saying another goddamn isekai. I mean, I've been saying that for, like, 5 years now. But I've been there for a while. But at least things are coming around on it. But watch, we aren't free. I'm sure we might finally be free. It was very cute. He has to find ways to keep the Dragon Plus of his wife's cape. Oh, that does sound cute. Did they get ever make one with a fancy guy as isekai in modern day slice of life? Quite a few, but usually it's like sexy elf ladies who get isekai in modern day slice of life. If it stops mattering after chapter 2, exactly. Like, I think the craziest one I ever read, it was like the setup where, like, the craziest, this did not have to be an isekai setup I read, was like where it starts in a fantasy world. The guy in the fantasy world, who is a fantasy guy, gets killed in the fantasy world and then sent to another fantasy world, which is nearly identical, and then just the plot starts. And I'm like, Mr. Author, I can tell you did not want this to be an isekai. I can see you had, like, a story you wanted to tell, and I felt like this was just a setup. It's like, yeah, nope, he was a fancy guy, and he basically isekais to an identical world to be like a fancy guy in the other world now. Like, there was no point in having, like, an isekai setup here. Have you seen the one called Gate? I have, actually, I have. Gate was actually kind of interesting. Gate was actually kind of interesting concept-wise. On isekai where they make an idol group. I wouldn't be surprised if it has been done before. Yeah, maybe just seeking out every light novel. I mean, it's just because it sells well. But I think, like, you know how it goes with trends? You know, everybody starts, like, searching for the next big trend because they see, like, one thing is selling really well. And, like, everybody's like, oh my god, we have to get on this right now before it goes. And that's also, like, you know, how isekai then became a bunch of different subcategories. And how there's, like, 5 gazillion I turned into the villainess of, like, the game I was playing, sub-isekai shoujo for girls. There's, like, 1 million of them now. Because a few of them did well. And now there's 100. Maybe 1,000. There's a lot of them. That's, like, basically its own genre at this point. Seri experienced lane isekai? I'm not sure if I would qualify it. Okay, it started well, but the propaganda nature of it was too in your face later on. Fair. What's the next trend? Is there any specific trend I'm seeing right now? I feel like I wouldn't be surprised that in the wake of, like, the big successes of Dungeon Meshi and like Frieren, I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a revival of regular fantasy stories. But to be fair, that's a fairly big genre, so with a bit of luck, they won't all follow the exact same tropes and plotlines. Maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed on that one. JoJo, I mean, JoJo is so unique. I feel like it's not even a trendsetter because nobody can replicate it. And like edgy stuff with these guys' obsession with subversion is kind of boring. The thing with like isekais is that like the subversion has been subverted so much that the subversion is actually the expectation in the isekai, if that makes sense. Because like so many people have made the exact same subversion on the exact same isekai tropes that they are basically a subcategory, also each with like 100 different series in it. Scout so played they started inverting them with Dev as a part-timer. Oh, Dev as a part-timer is actually a huge recommendation. That's one of my favorites. Very fun anime. Really love that one. The next sentence just adventure slice of life. I mean, it might be. New anime called Galloon Generic Romance. Oh, I think I heard something about that. Yeah, I think there might be a revival of regular fantasy and just normal good versus evil. Like, less constantly subverting evil, just like allowing the villains to be evil. Please no more Demon Lord and Hero Party stuff. I mean, I have hope that maybe at least there will be less oversaturation of isekai. Have I lost Jai-sama will not be defeated? Let me Google that because the name rings a bell. But I don't think I watched it. Oh, I've definitely seen around pictures of it and I thought it looked pretty cute, but I have not actually watched it. But I've definitely seen stuff of it around before. Do I have enough time to prepare for singing lessons? I have 10 minutes. We should probably start wrapping up, but I'm having fun chatting. Creative Lane wrote the one Digimon that was not an isekai, at least at first. Demon Lord and Hero Party is the quintessential Japanese fantasy. I mean, it's like at the core of it. It's a reverse isekai. I see. Well, if you guys like reverse isekai, I will recommend The Devil is a Part-Timer. That's probably among my favorite reverse isekai. Probably Devil is the Part-Timer and Elf-sama Yasuhanai. Those are two fun reverse isekai. Like, I'm trying to think, do I know any like other reverse isekai that like are like at least a little bit more? I've like read a few more that are like kind of fun. But like, I'm not sure if they're like easy to recommend. I need 2 types. Narnia and Connecticut Young King Artist card. Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf. Oh, wait. Okay. I think I've actually heard Welcome to Japan. Let me Google this. I might have actually read this. Follows one of the best Disney villains. Exactly. With one of the best songs. Absolutely. Or the villain story where the villainess decides to just hit on the main heroine instead of antagonizing her. Well, Swogi, there's like at least 5 of those. Not a weird genre anymore. I hope the manager changed the novel ending when it comes to love interest. No one liked the ending. New McDonald's X called McDonald's Isekai via chicken nuggets. I mean, it doesn't even have to be like off-brand McDonald's anymore. McDonald's just has anime ads now. At least 5, potentially more. Yeah. Have I read Elf-sama Yasuhanai? I sure have. I actually started to read. That's like one of the ones I picked up chapter 1. A friend recommended it to me at the time, saying it was like kind of a fun one. So that's like one of the ones I've been reading for years. You know, the artist actually has a skip. I once tried sending them a skip, but unfortunately it didn't go through. Tried a few times, but I think he's very busy. I have him. Welcome in. Was that to be the villainous story? Could just be fancy here. It's still. The most common villainous isekai plot I've seen. Yeah, it's very common. Didn't feel McDonald's Japan making a pay doing the McDonald's branding so often. Yeah, they did actually have like McDonald's spots, but at this point they're having so many anime ads. Like, I think like a lot of McDonald's is just an anime. Like, McDonald's was in like Your Name, I think, very famously, where they did like the whole thing like in Your Name, where like one of the scenes takes place in the movie. Like, was it Your Name? No, it might have been Weathering with You. the other one, same director. There's a whole scene that takes place in McDonald's and one of them has a gun. I don't think that was your name, that was Weathering with you. Right. I've seen the trailer for the game Daru Karami Black Spirit. Most likely not, because I don't keep up with game trailers. But I do, just take... there's no results for this, so I most definitely have not. You probably didn't type it correctly. That said, I do have to start wrapping up for tonight though, because I have 5 minutes till my singing lesson starts, so I'm gonna wrap up really quickly. Thank you all so much for coming. To all the lurkers, thank you for lurking. And to all those watching the VOD, thank you for watching. I'll be back again tomorrow with Fallout. This is one of your last few reminders. There's only 2 more days if you want to grab some merch. If you're curious about the game I was working on today, that's on sale. And there's 2 days left. That's the announcement. Thank you all so much for coming, and I gotta run. Bye. Also, the cake was really yummy. 5 out of 5. I forgot to give it a rating. I finished the whole thing. It was very nice. Bye. Bye.